So I checked the weather right before this. I believe the forecast said it's going to be 5 million degrees today. Feels like that, but we're out here. We're grinding fallow. We're not doing beavers today, unless we get a great one, which, based on my math, I fail out to see how we won't get a great one fallow. But I want to focus on one thing. I think when we get disjointed, it doesn't do us a lot of good. So fallow it is for the entire stream if that's how things go. And speaking of, let's get after it. I have come bearing a diamond beaver. Oh, have you? What's going on, K-Flow? Worst part of the deck here. What's up, Zappy? We got Alicia in here. Anton, Riley. Hope you guys are having a good Monday. Hope you had a good weekend as well. Hey, Brennan. Doing good. How about you? Spent like 4.5 hours today doing the Hunter Classic. For tomorrow's video, we're going to do some of these Summer Fiesta missions. I got one more that I couldn't quite knock out, so I got to do that tonight. But, you know, I always enjoy jumping on there, hunting different stuff. It's a good time. Terrible title? How dare you? I just helped you. Rude. A little slow on the reaction time, but we're off. What's up, Christian? Don't mind me, I'm just setting my arrows up to start practicing. Let's go, dude. It is that time of year. Like, I've been shooting a good bit. Didn't shoot yesterday, I was at my parents' most of the day, but I've been really happy with where things are thus far. I just got my new pack in, literally, like, I went and got it from across the bridge like a half hour ago. I'm excited about that thing. I really think it's going to make getting into the stand and all that stuff a lot better than my old pack. What's up, Soren? Jivers, you like that? Great number 10 for me was half and half. Got it as soon as you ended the stream on Friday. I feel like you've had a lot of great one luck right around the stream, so maybe that'll happen again today. Hey, thanks, Riley. We're excited, man, for sure. I'll, guaranteed troll. Or, well, 249.99. Pretty much guaranteed troll. Anyway, I'm sure we'll talk about that more throughout the stream. How many kills? I would have to think 2,000. Somewhere in that area. And to be 100% honest, when I started, you know, a second fallow grind, I kind of always thought, alright, we'll get this thing in 800 kills or something and be on to the next thing. We began it really to begin with the Medium March Community Challenge, and then just went along from there, and we're still going. Can't wait to try some public land archery this year. I want to try using a tree saddle. So when you say I've never used one, do you have one, or are you still going to get one? Excited for preseason? There may or may not be something happening here on the channel on Thursday. I'll not go further with that for now. What's up, David? Saw 9 point yesterday. Looked like he'll be at least 12 or 13 points. Most places, they're pretty well done growing points by now. That's interesting. Currently at 800 kills. Are you saying I'm jinxing you? Well, 237, but a 5 right off the bat. We like that. Had 4 rare snow geese and 1 mortal player session the other day. 3 females and a level 4 male. Dang, dude. What rares? Tell them what I've accomplished today. All the things, or are you mainly talking about the fact that you pickled, I don't know how many cucumbers that we grew in the garden? I think mostly that. What's going on last cast? We also, yesterday, we froze 5 pounds of blueberries from the blueberry bushes across the creek. Did some peppers and stuff, so that's been an interesting journey into the whole, like, gardening, then also preservation of said things. Certainly not something either one of us probably ever envisioned doing. Thanks, Steven. Got a Mela Pinto yesterday. Very nice. Crick. Yes, sir. The garden that almost got smashed by a tree. Are you thinking of the greenhouse by chance? I don't think the garden's ever almost been smashed by a tree. There was a tree on the bottom end of the little hill, like below where the garden is, that fell, but it fell the other way. Hard for a tree to fall uphill, frankly. Got a diamond goldeneye yesterday. Gonna roll with my diamonds. Nice. Goldeneye are cool. I like them. To be honest, it really did start with getting that hybrid merganser one that I had. But ever since that, I've just loved goldeneye. That thing? Yeah, there's nothing in there now. Frankly, I gotta take that off the deck. It's been sitting there for, I don't know how long, empty. It wasn't empty at the time. So that could have been real bad, but yeah, it's just kind of taking up space at the moment. Gravity is just a myth. I disagree. Gravity has caused me more problems, you know, in the last few years due to trees than many other things. Albino female, intermediate morph female, then the third female, and level 4 were both blue morph. Nice. Not the garden. If there is there's one tree that could kind of fall in the garden, and it's at least on the end, so it wouldn't take out the entire thing, but I think even if it did fall, it's not likely to go that direction. Leave that one alive, I think. Are you a big fisherman in real life? If so, what species? I don't do like a ton of fishing. I'd like to get out more than I do, but if I go, it's typically for trout these days. I had a really good time. It was like middle of August last year. I went with Psycho Beagle. You guys might know him from the Discord and stuff. Also the guy that we go rabbit hunting with. He's the one that, it's in the name, owns the beagles. Anyway. We went fishing for river smallies, like somewhere just in this area, and that was an absolute blast. I'd like to do that again. Fly fishing specifically for river smallies. Hey, thanks, Ella. 2157 kills in my first Great One Black Bear. Hopefully he shows up pretty soon for you. It's a solid little grind, 2,000 kills. Nothing of note here. We killed a giant 5 here on Friday's stream, so we gotta check this spot. To the good spot we go. Recently just started playing Call of the Wild. Do you think I could please have some tips and tricks to start my first Fallow grind? How recently did you start playing? If that's what you want to do, if you want a Great One grind right off the bat, it can be done. My personal, I guess, recommendation, I probably wouldn't even think about Great One grind until I'm level 60 anyway. Because there's a lot of stuff. It's buying the tents and tripods and being able to spend a lot of money resting. And if you're really new to the game, you probably don't have a lot of in-game cash to spend doing that. Outside of that, if you want to do it anyway, I would say Te Awaroa, as far as the map, that's the place to be. You can see what my setup looks like. A lot of this stuff is kind of old too. I don't even grind all these locations anymore. And if you have a 300 AR, they really don't go anywhere. What's up, Avery? Other than that, set up at the lakes, set up a tripod if you can. Be as efficient as possible without deleting zones. Gonna go shoot my bows, sounds good. I'm gonna need a lot better dad jokes. What do you mean? You don't like my dad jokes? Alright, I'm glad there's something else around, because I kind of remember at the end of Friday's stream they were sort of disappearing up here. Do all the missions? That's a good idea. I saw him there, Christian. How's the going today? We're just getting into it. Had a troll already, but that's hardly a surprise for Fallow grinding. Average amount of kills it takes for a Fallow grind? I'd say most grinds average is like 1,500 to 2,000. That doesn't mean you're gonna get one in 2,000 kills. Like my first Fallow grind went 6,000 kills, for instance. To, take a different example, my second Black Bear was 400 kills. You never know. Parker, thanks for becoming an A's Shoesty. Welcome on in, man. Appreciate the support. Enjoy the green name, member badges, emojis in chat, and early access to uploads as well. Also, or not also, including, I should say, tomorrow's classic video doing those missions. Should be a blast, literally. Best way to find hunting spots? Provided we're talking about in-game, which I assume that's what the question's about. What I always do, let's say a new map comes out, or you buy a map DLC that you didn't own prior. I think it's really tempting to jump on a four-wheeler and just buzz around, unlock all the outposts and stuff. That's never how I do it. I unlock the entire thing on foot, because I think there's a real chance you're going to stumble into some tracks, like, oh, that's a max weight, whatever, let me go see. And then it leads to a lake that has 40 of them drinking, or, just in the process of going, maybe I'm going to go check out this outpost, and I'll hit that lake on the way by. Oh, look, tons of zones. Boot leather, basically, in-game boot leather. What do we have there? I think I missed was it Deadeye subscribing, I think? And then Jibers, thank you for the super chat. Sending you a birthday great one luck to get this Fallow, even though my birthday is tomorrow. What combo would you like to get? Well, thank you, man, and happy early birthday. What combo? If I could choose, I think golden typical. I feel like a lot of people don't care for golden that much, but at least with that particular that particular rack, I think it looks really good. So they're just late getting here, I guess. Good to know. Let's pop another run and see how things look. How long you been streaming for? We've been live for 10 minutes. Thanks, Aaron. How many great ones do you have? I have 12, which, you know, arguably I should retire from great one grinding forever, having 12 great ones, but I've had too much fun with it on stream, so we're going to keep it going. Your favorite grind experience? If you mean a particular moment, it probably was spotting my great one moose, because I don't think I've ever reacted like that. I was so in shock. The funny thing is, like, leading up to that, like, as I'm running to the lake, somebody asked me, like, are you herd managing this? And I'd said, like, something to the effect of, no, I'm trying, but it's clearly not working. Because I wasn't getting 5s or anything. Did I forget the main menu? I might have. Anyway. And then I look and there he is. And it's the exact combo I wanted. That was a moment. And for that to happen on stream, amazing. Great one next 100 kills. Great one in 21 zones. Alright, somebody better count. What's up, Mel? How you doing? What is your favorite rap in the game? Probably the Quattro Cleanest Premium wrap. Whoop. That would be, I think it's what I have on here. Gonna take a second. Great one next zone, that'd be fire. We'd be beaving pretty quick. I'm alive, so progress. This does seem to be a plus. Alright. Finally loaded. Yeah. Quattro Cleanest. I like the Hirschfelden one too. Pretty similar, but I think like Quattro just... I wear Realtree Edge in real life, and the Quattro Premium wrap is really similar to that. So that's honestly why I like it. I think just one shooter this time, so we're probably going to be Peninsula checking before we know it. How far in Fiesta? I got one more on the easy pack left to do. I was going to do them over the weekend. I did do one mission on the weekend, and I thought, I should save these for a video. That'd be fun. I guess I can tell you which one I have left. The only one I haven't done is the 350 elk, because I spent like 2 hours today on Timbergold in addition to doing all the other objectives, and for the life of me, I couldn't find a 350 elk. So that's going to be this evening. I got to knock that out, and then hopefully Wednesday we can at least start to make some progress on the medium ones, but from what I've seen, that's going to take some time. That's awesome, Dave. How'd that go? What map should I do my Great One Whitetail grind on? If it were me, I'd do Reventuli. Now, I've heard, like, whitetail respawns on Reventuli can be kind of weird. If and when we get this Great One Fallow, I do intend to go and do a whitetail grind, and I think it will be on Reventuli Coast, so I guess I'll find out for myself at that point, but yeah, people do say that the respawns can be funny. Killed 3 here, now we have, wait. We have 2, that guy was just taking a bath. We also just completely got shot him, but he's not going anywhere. I really should have shot him again. Finished yesterday, so I'm doing some of the comps. You finished the hard ones, you're saying? What's up, Chopper? Went good, got some hilarious photos of him smashing his cake. Oh, did you guys do the smash cake thing? My nephew, for his first birthday, they did that. He became a submarine. The old fallow bass. As someone who grinds whitetail and rev, I can confirm the respawns can be weird. Good to know. I know Kyla did, I believe both of her whitetail grinds there and very quickly got 2 of them. Have you seen whole herds relocate for no reason? Yeah, and I don't have much of an explanation as to why that happens. My mule deer would do it. I'm trying to think of other grinds I've done. I had it with tar, but tar kind of always do that. I don't know if that really qualifies, but mule deer for sure, like, very careful about hunting pressure, never overdid that. Hundreds, if not maybe 1,000 kills in a row, they'd be there, and then you go one more time and they're just gone. Did you ever get that 200-inch 10-point on deer hunting camp? Yep. Ended up killing 2 of them in, what was that, Friday's video? One with a bow, one with a muzzleloader, and the muzzleloader one was kind of like a spot and stock first light thing on the ground. That was crazy. I will probably never have another hunt in deer hunting camp like that. I had 1,094 inches of antler in one hunt, or one season. Just got a 283 albino muley. Nice, dude. Pretty darn solid as rares go. I never did get an albino on that. Friday's video was insane. Yeah, I was just continually in shock the entire time. 3 we count the 199. You gotta round up, right? Going to the highest point on rev? When you get up there, yell. I'll see if I hear you. Have you ever thought about being involved in developing a new hunting game? Yeah, like, it's not something I have the skills to do, right? I could, let's say, be in a consulting role, if that makes sense. Like, hey, what do you think of this? And I could, you know, try to give opinions. I think I've played a lot of hunting games in my days, so there's that. But, yeah, I just don't have, like, any... I did go to college for computer science, but that was so many years ago now. I retain probably next to nothing as far as those skills or that information. I will tell you, there are a couple of hunting games that are eventually going to come out that I maybe do have some influence on. So, you know, on some level, I'm kind of doing that. Not going to tell you anything else about them, because you never know. Things happen, things change. But there's one in particular that I'm quite excited about. I have no idea when it might release. It's not a game you guys will have heard of, because to the best of my knowledge, it's not out there yet, but should be good. Got a 12 point and a 14 point on my farm. Nice. That's what we like to hear. What's up, Landon? I do indeed remember you. Need a new Africa map. Do we ever? I mean, Virunga's great, but I've been saying this for a little while now. You go to a Sooner Baton, or you go to a ski ridge, and you spend some time there, you look at the quality of the animals on that map, and then you go to Virunga, it just is lacking. It just is. Got one that was bedded down. Did that say next to the stand and stood up? It scrolled off. Nice. What animal do you want to come to the game? One particular thing? If I had to pick one, probably doll sheep. I'd love to see Marco Polo sheep too, but we don't really have the perfect map for that currently. Looks kind of white. That's because it's the white fur. Are you ever going to play Way the Hunter again? If they release something that really gets my attention, like, you know, gets me legitimately excited to play the game, absolutely. I would like to go back and try to get a melanistic mountain goat, but I've jumped on there a little bit since my last video. What was the last thing we did? We had, there was a rare we were chasing. What the heck was it? I don't even remember. It's on Nez Perce, I think. Well, anyway. Like, I had fun with it, and I wanted to go back to it. I get on there, and I don't have the motivation for it, and that's something I can promise you guys, I'm never gonna fake it. If I'm doing a video and I sound excited, it's because I am. The Mellow Roadie, that's right. Mellow Wolf, too? Yep, there was one of those. Speaking of Way the Hunter, it's been a while since the last map released. Oh, what, about a year? Or is it a year and a half? When did Lintakoto release? Was that an August thing? I feel like it may have been February. What's up, Scarecrow? Thank you for the super chat. How's it going? Nerd! Did you see those two absolute goobers? Some wannabe YouTube channel uploaded it yesterday. There were these two goobers. They were like flying off of a mountain, shooting at ducks and stuff, and they couldn't even recover them. Such idiots. Can't imagine how many hours they spent wasting their lives. Oh, good times. Finally cut a stream. What's up, Tanner? How's it going, Avery? Those freaks. Felt like it, I can tell you that. Two goobers playing with heaters? Yeah, there was that. Making water coolers and shoulder mounts bleed. Did you ever play Cabela's Dangerous Hunts back in the day? Oh yeah. So I didn't play the first one ever. I had Dangerous Hunts 2. Played a little bit of that. Dangerous Hunts 2009. That's where my name comes from. Flint Abrams was the main character in that game. I loved that game. I can't tell you how many times I replayed the entire story, every single mission. Thus, you know, the name. And then what? There was 2011 and 2013 there were Dangerous Hunts games. I liked those, but I don't know. Maybe 09 didn't have that much depth, but it felt to me like those games started to get a lot more shallow. It was more about the shooting gallery than it was anything else. Never realized you could turn those heaters on until your video? The funny thing is we recorded that. It was the end of June. It had to be a month ago. And we did it in that video. I haven't touched the heater since, so I had kind of forgotten about it too. Great 113 heater still working, hopefully today. How many kills in a year? I don't know, I could average it out. Wouldn't be a fair average though. So, the game's been out for a little over, what, 8.5 years? You could do the math based on that. It'd be a little over, what, 10,000 kills a year? But I probably have way more kills in a year these days than I would have 5-6 years ago, because there were no great ones 5-6 years ago. So there's a little bit of a caveat, I guess. What pro sports team do you support? Steelers. That's about the only, like, I guess sport on any level that I really, like, religiously follow. And, gonna be interesting this year. We got Rodgers, we got Jalen Ramsey, sent Mika packing, which I don't know if I support that decision, but it is what it is. Just found my second Melodusky grouse. Well, stop it and save one for me. I can't believe I don't have a rare one yet. I've shot so many. Nice, man. Both males? $4 for my Poke Daily. Wow. Hey, Jared, thank you for the 49 months. Welcome back. How's it going? First great one of the game was Whitetail. Cool little, kind of hilarious looking back on it thing now. There was a point in Call of Wild history when I was basically the great one guy. Like now you might look at iBuy or Scarecrow or, I don't know, Tank. I don't know who has like the most great ones. But I had the third great one, at least that's ever, that like I know about. Obviously being Whitetail. And I'm tracking this thing backwards. You know, now I'm sitting here at 12 and everybody else is like 100. David, thank you for the 60 months, the quintuple 12. Welcome back. Just noticed that I made it the quintuple. I think that's what it's called. Look at that. We're on the same page. I hadn't even read your thing yet. Love deer hunting camp. It's awesome, isn't it? I think it replicates how I hunt in real life, and it replicates, I think, how so many, at least like, let's say, Midwest and East of that, like whitetail hunt here in the U.S. Food plots, hanging stands, reading sign, like, he does a really good job of that. I think it could be more in-depth. You know, I think scrapes could play a bigger role, and maybe they do, and I just don't notice it. I think, you know, you could work temperature in, you could work wind in a little bit more, like in terms of what direction deer come from, based on bedding and all that kind of stuff. It could go further, but man, it is the start of something really good. Okay, let's track it the proper direction this time. You know what? Never mind. We're just gonna leave that one lay. What's up, Keston? When are you going like Scarecrow? What does that mean? Grinding fallow right now. Nice. What does Flampaw think about the baby? Oh, when I was a lad, there were none of these announcements or any of that kind of stuff. You just went around doing your own business. These people, they want attention for everything, I tell you. Does that game have trail cams and stuff like that for keeping tabs on bucks? Kind of. So, like, it does. It does have trail cams. But it's random spawns per session, which I think maybe it would be better if the population was set at the start of the season. Maybe with some random spawns worked in for, like, let's say, rut cruisers or whatever. Or, you know, it's pretty common that you'll see a buck that you've never had on camera before. Can you get a 200 on console? Not yet. That update is coming that has like the 200 and stuff, but he said because of like quality control requirements from Sony, it would be the same as Microsoft, but I don't think he releases anything on Xbox. Anyway, he's gonna wait till there's more stuff for the updates, so like trophy lodges, ground blinds, things he's working on, which I'm telling you right now, if he adds trophy lodges and they're like good, that game is going to take such a step forward. Holy, Kyla becoming a shoe steal. I don't even know how many months that is, but it's clearly a bunch with the thing. It doesn't tell me. So, thank you for all the months, because I don't know how many it is. For the baby shoe steal? Oh, I see. You know roughly how many kills? 2,000-ish. Does it tell you how many months it is, Kyla? Diamond Male Gemsbug? Nice. Is Deer Hunting Camp on Xbox Series X? For some reason, it's only on PlayStation and Steam. I'll ask him that. I'll ask him if there's any hope of it showing up on Xbox as well. We got Sven subscribing, welcome on in, man, and Soldier Guy. Thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate the support. Just shot my first time in Puma with a 44 mag. I guess having your videos up while I hunt gives me good luck. Nice. It's a pretty cool gun to kill a diamond Puma with. I don't think I've ever done that. That's cool, man. Hopefully many more to come. Holy, all the things. What's up, Biblical? Thank you for the 12 months. The most important of the months, as we all know. Thank you, man. Welcome back. Was Deer Hunting Camp. If you've seen any of those videos, I've been playing it for right about 2 months now. Pretty much every Friday, I release a video on it. It's, I'd say it's a fairly basic game that feels awfully authentic. Like, really good. You plan a food plot, you hang deer stands, like, over trails and stuff. There's archery, muzzleloader, and rifle seasons. You can literally drag the deer, like, physically drag the deer out. Lots of really cool little things. Will herd management increase the chance of spawning a great one? Yes. Overall, yes. The act of herd management itself, maybe you could separate it from the chances of a great one showing up, but because you're getting more diamonds, it seems like that helps with getting more great ones too. On Steam, I think it's 20 bucks, which I would say that's a little bit steep. I don't know if, let's say, that Trophy Lodge thing, if it ever happens, I don't know if that'll be a paid DLC or just an update. I will say, if it's just an update, and again, if the lodge is good, then I think a solid Trophy Lodge does push it like firmly into a $20 game, like a game worth $20. Right now, I'd say it's iffy. Like, I've got 30 some hours in it. I love it. But keep in mind, I'm creating content on it for one. So that's one reason to maybe make me play for longer. Though, as I said, I pretty much only make videos on games I want to play anyway. But if you're someone who maybe gets bored with sitting in a tree stand waiting on deer to come in, you might at least want to wait for the Trophy Lodge so there's a bit more to do with the game. What's up, Fallow Hunter? Thanks, Andrew. Appreciate it, man. Aimbot? Kills? I don't know. 2,000 some. Are diamond grizzly bears rare? Decently rare. Do you think we'll ever see comeback? More customization on multi-mounts in the future? That's hard to say, really. I hope so. You know, Trophy Lodges have basically been as they are now for close to 6 years. Something like that. So they're in need of a refresh. And I think if you look at what they've done with model redos and stuff like that, there's at least a hope that they'll do such a refresh. But, you know, will that come anytime soon? Hard to say. What's up, fishing and hunting videos? Are you having a kid? I guess I'll go ahead and throw the thing on screen. Where is it? I put it on here. Well then, it's gone. Where did I put it? Wait, is it this? There it is. I posted that on the community tab on Friday? Thursday? Thursday. So, that's why a lot of people already know about it, but if you haven't seen it, there you go. Name the baby Leighton. That's not a bad name, but whatever name we end up going with, I'm not going to tell you. Just because there's, unfortunately, weirdos out there, not saying any of you guys are among them, but, you know, someone creepy like Soup in my Discord, you know what I mean? Just kidding, Soup's a good guy. Maybe. Thanks, Tanner. And Peter, thank you as well. Just let us customize the floor mount environment. Just that would make a huge difference, right? What's up, trout lover? First time we've killed one there all day. Let's pop up here again. Thank you, Jim. Coming in February, yep. You know, timed it up perfectly. Definitely planned that. It's going to be after hunting season. That's not how those things go. You can plan as much as you want. That's usually not how it works. Baby name's going to be a 12 pun. I don't know about that one. Flintlet? Kylo really has bread in the oven. I forget who said it. I remember I read it. Favorite combo for Fallow? The one I want anyway is Gold Fur Big Typical Rack. I kind of think my favorite is the one I have already, Irish Elk Silver. So really, is that a 5? Nope. Whatever we get, assuming we can get one, I'll be thrilled with, but more so thrilled if, let's say, the fur and rack are different than the one I already have. Something's up, to be honest. Like, there should be more fallow up here. So I think a peninsula run could help us. It was UK Flow? I figured it probably was. Dad's gonna be Flanpaw? I guess technically he's not Flanpaw till I have a kid, huh? Because my brother does, but that doesn't really do the Flanpaw thing. Anyway, are piebald ducks rare? Some. Like for instance, piebald mallards, piebald harlequin duck, piebald cinnamon teal are not rare. I think piebald anything else, let's say green wing teal, are rare. Piebald wood duck, pintail, also rare. Can cinnamon teal make dominant too? They can. What's a peninsula run? Okay, give me 1 sec. So, the way that I have this grind set up is probably far from ideal. What you normally want to do is grind herds of fallow. I'm not doing that. I'm grinding solos. To be perfectly honest with you, this is how I did it, 2 years ago when I got my first Great One fallow, and I didn't feel like redoing the entire setup. So, Peninsula Run is just simply going and finding all the fallow that bounced into another location, killing them, and trying to get them back into our main spot. I think so, Alex. Can't wait for the future of DHC? Me neither. It's been so cool too, like the dev has been so open to anything I ever say. Like, I brought up the grunting thing, and I'm not saying I'm the reason he changed it, but I mentioned that in an email to him, like, hey, I kind of thought there was too much grunting and stuff, and I also showed him the deformed 9-point rack and something else too. A week later, that's changed. Like, they don't grunt as much, he fixed the 9-point rack. I really just respect that he's not like, this is my game, I'll do what I want. Like, he's open to suggestions. Can't wait till Flinter ends the stream early because Kylo wants pickles and cheesecake. Who knows what'll happen, man. But at the very least now, since we've actually announced it, I can be honest about things. Like for for a couple of weeks there, going back to when I killed my Great One Mule Deer, what was that? Maybe 3 weeks ago? Randomly in chat, Kylo would be like, ooh, it would be like Wendy's, and then it would be, I want Mexican food, and then I want this or that, and I'm like, geez, you're really gonna let everybody know what's going on here before we announce anything. But now, we all know what's going on, so we can just say it outright. Do you know gender yet? We do not. Baby's name, we're gonna keep that private, just for the sake of, privacy, I guess. We also don't know what it's gonna be yet. Ever going back to the season? I am gonna get back to it. I think maybe even this week. I'll tell you though, I saw a deer. It was when I was editing, and I think a couple of you guys commented about it. In deer hunting camp, there was a buck that kind of looked piebald. And I actually asked the dev, I said, hey, is this piebald? And his response kind of confused me. He said, I don't think so, but perception's reality. And I'm like, you don't think so? So there either are piebalds in the game, and we don't know about it, or it is a piebald, and he's trying not to make it too obvious. So I kind of want to go back and try to get that again. I don't know if everybody's killed one that looked like that. What's up, Lucky? You mean Taco Bell? No, actual Mexican food. Or, well, whatever. What classification is Taco Bell? Is it Tex-Mex? I don't know what you'd call that. Fast food. Like handing down the family business fallow hunter? That'd be interesting. See if I guess I can go that way. Have you had the gender reveal yet? Nah, that'll be further down the line. Is it the Oh, the deer hunting camp one is in the video already? Yeah, it's the last video I did on Friday. It's when I killed the buck the first day of black powder season, I think. It was a 170-inch buck that was chasing a doe around. He kind of ran by and I shot him on the move. If you look in the background on the left, there's a deer that looks like he has too much white on his neck and too much white like coming up the side of the belly. Like I said, I didn't shoot him, so I didn't get a up-close look. I never saw it because I was focused on the 170 that was running by. But when I was editing, I'm like, what's that? And now, that's kind of my new fixation. I want to go get one. There's not like a huge fallow, but my guess would be he's one of the ones that's disappeared. So we make him dead. Gonzo got injured. Uh-oh. That's not good. Is deer hunting camp fun? I love it. If you're interested in like a more realistic hunting simulation, the thing that gets me about that game that I've never played a hunting game that captures, those deer are doing whatever they're going to do, and there's next to nothing you can do about it. Like, I don't know that the grunt call does a lot. Maybe it makes them a bit more likely to come your way, but there is no, like, well, I'm just gonna call him in, or, oh, I missed, let me just track him down. Like, no. It's like real life. If they don't come down that trail and come into gun range or bow range or whatever, you ain't getting them. And I love that. Like, I get so, like, stressed out when a big buck comes out. Like, oh, come on. Just come over here. I really, like, man, it would just make this video so much better. And that is the thing that probably gets me overly excited about it. Like, it makes the video better if I can get that big buck, so it really takes it to a next level for me. But you're just at the mercy of, does the deer come by? Does it not? What's Crow hating on? Can you play Deer Hunting Camp on Xbox? It's only on PlayStation and Steam. I don't know why that's the case. I hope that's going to change. I imagine if there, continues to be a lot of support for the game, meaning people playing the game, I guess, primarily, that there's a chance that it might come to Xbox as well. This title is a stretch? What do you mean? I did all the calculations, and my calculations lead me to fail to see how I wouldn't get a great one today. Or a Fallow, I screwed it up. There was a diamond, I can't help it. The season? That's only on Steam, at least as of now. I don't know what I hit the first time. Is there a chance DHC will become multiplayer? I would say at this stage, it's not likely to happen anytime soon. Like, it's a pretty small game, and it's a fairly niche game. But, never say never. I think multiplayer could be interesting. You could probably do stuff like deer drives. Maybe have one guy sit one stand, one guy sit another stand. Who knows? Get a diamond beaver yet? No. The reason I didn't put beavers or anything in the title today is because I've decided I want to just focus on one thing. Because I think I started to get too disjointed when I'm trying to do, like, a fallow grind and shoot beavers in the same stream. So we're just going to do fallow today unless we do get a great one. Then we'll move on. But probably until then, we'll stick with one or the other. Why does everyone have meters instead of yards in Call of the Wild? For me, it goes back to playing the Hunter Classic. Because I'm so used to all the max weights like, whitetail, moose, elk, blacktail. Their max weights in Classic are the exact same as they are in Call of the Wild. And in Classic, you can't change to Imperial. That's yards and pounds and all that. So I just don't want to have to relearn everything. If you watch me play like Way the Hunter, I play in Imperial. It's just because I already knew so much stuff in meters, it was easier for me to stick with that. What's up, Eddie? Going decent. We've had 2 5s now. Of course, one was here in sort of the exterior zone, but a diamond and a troll. Gotten anything cool? Just a diamond there a second ago. Is a cinnamon rare for Blackbeard? Is. Hey, thanks, Jesse. Would you recommend me getting Deer Hunting Camp? I think it's down to, any individual person, whether they like it or not, but if you look at it, if you think that type of game is something you would enjoy, then absolutely. Like I said, the way that I typically view, like, is a game worth the money or not? Whatever I pay for it, in dollars, in case there was any confusion there, if I get that many hours out of it, then I think it was a good value. So, meaning, if I buy a game for, let's just say, that this will be an insane comparison. Let's say Call of the Wild cost me $8,500. It did not, in case anybody was confused. I have 8,489 hours. So still you could look at it and say, you know what, I've put in that many hours. That was a worthwhile investment. I've had a lot of fun with this. Deer Hunting Camp's $20. I've got 30 hours in it. For me already, like, I've gotten far more than my money's worth. The reason that I came up with that years ago, I used to buy every year, like, whatever the new Cabela's game was. Dangerous Hunts, Big Game Hunter, whatever. And it'd be like, 40, 50, 60 bucks. And after like 8 hours, you beat the game. So, those games I don't think were worth the money nearly like the more open world style games that, we typically play on the channel, or even Deer Hunting Camp. Tips for my fallow grind is shooting 3s and up okay. Yeah, typically, I think we're leaving anything alive that has an estimate, like, on the high end of 150 or below. So both of these we're going to kill. Biblical, thank you for the super chat, man. Flan toddlers, pickles, and cheesecake fun. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Probably all such things will need funded at some point here. Kyla's already celebrating. No doubt things are going to get interesting with, you know, all of a sudden having way more responsibility, but I'd say responsibility is a good thing. Hopefully a great one today. Fingers crossed, dude. I'd love to, you know, I just never predicted this second fallow grind taking so long. So I'd love to be on to the next thing, but I enjoy it. Like, don't get me wrong. I just didn't expect to still be doing it. I feel like Deer Hunting Camp is too slow paced for me to play, but it's fun to watch. No, I got you. You edit out all the waiting. It does depend on the map. Like that PSR Pines map that I've been playing for the last while, there's not a lot of nothing happening. There's plenty of, there's just a doe out there. Forky, I don't want to shoot that, whatever. But there's something. I have certainly played maps in Deer Hunting Camp where there's nothing going on for 10 minutes at a time, then, oh, there's a deer, or whatever. So there's a balance there. Is it weird to know you're going to be a dad? No. I think I've thought a lot about it. Like, even prior to, you know, before we were married or trying for kids. If there aren't daily uploads, we'll forgive you. It is my job at the end of the day, so I intend to still do that. Like, there probably will be some things that change. There could be a slight change to stream times or whatever. I think the one thing that's likely to be different, I imagine the classic streams are either going to go away entirely or have to be a different time. 7:30 to 11:30 p.m. on a Wednesday night ain't going to be it. So we'll have to figure out whatever with that. The rest of it, though, I have every intention of keeping going as we do. Thank you, Easton. How do you herd manage fallow deer? Like anything else, I suppose, you know, you want to pick out the herds that you're primarily focusing on. The way I've been told to do it, any buck that has a top estimate, that 128 number, if it's below 150 on the top end, just leave it alive. Level 2, level 3, whatever. And then, you know, you can stack 5s in your main zones to try to shoot down your exteriors, or just keep shooting the exteriors so they respawn as a low level, whichever way you want to approach that. And, like anything else, you just, you know, try to get any fallow that you're not grinding, any, like, exterior zone fallow, as low as you can. Soldier Guy, thank you for the super chat again, man. Really, really appreciate the support. What kind of new map would you like to see added to the game if you could choose? I'd still love a true Arctic map, because we kind of thought that's what a ski ridge was going to be, and then more and more info came out, and clearly it was not that. Other than that, Pamir Mountains, based in, I forget exactly where they even are now. It's like Middle East-ish, anyway. But, like Marco Polo sheep, Argali, Siberian ibex, Markhor, it's like a spiral horned ibex. I think there is, oh, what's it called? There's an Asiatic black bear? I think there's some other kind of black bear there. Anyway, I thought there was a lot of cool stuff there. I did some research for that. Every Christmas Eve, I do like a wish list video. So that's why I did all that research, and to me, that could be really cool. Christian, thank you for the super chat as well. Go get the wife a jar of Tostitos queso already. Which kind? Yeah. Kyla already said she looked for it and didn't have it. Which kind did you say? Will you ever do a Deer Hunting Camp live stream? I do want to. I don't know exactly when. Maybe I'll do something like... So, what is that sound? I don't know what that was. Anyway. So our archery season opens October 4th, I think, this year. So maybe for the Friday stream on Twitch, which would be October 3rd, maybe I will do Deer Hunting Camp instead, because it's going to get that, like, real hunting vibe. I think that could be cool. I'd like to do one sooner than that, though, so we'll see. You're saying it is the Queso Blanco one? That's the one that I told her it was, but... Hey, thanks, Tanner. Much appreciated. How do you count kills in the grind? I personally don't. I just have a rough idea. Like, I know generally I kill something like 50 or 60 fallow an hour, so I stream for 4 hours. I figure, it's about 200, maybe 250 more than I was at. That's all I do. You can obviously be a lot more, you know. Kyla has an app on her phone. She just has her phone sitting there, screen on. Every time you tap the screen, it increases the counter by 1. She used to use a notebook with like tally marks. Another thing you can do, let's say we just got on, we're about to fallow grind. All right, total 95,889 kills. Write that down. When we're done, maybe we're at 96,289. So we added 400 to the total. You know, a bunch of different ways you can do it. For me personally, I just kind of estimate. Live stream a real hunt will be quiet. I'd love to do that. There's a lot of logistics that go into it. Maybe one day I can figure it out. Hope you're ready for some uncomfortable nights in the hospital, but don't you dare complain. I've already kind of planned some of that stuff. Like, one of the things that I kind of thought of like right away was like, okay, so I know there's gonna be like said uncomfortable nights in the hospital. So I'm gonna have to have like sort of a bag set up to go for both of us for that. But I also need to have one for Shadow. Because whenever we leave, I'm gonna have to like call my dad or my mom, like somebody, hey, come get Shadow, she's in her kennel, she needs fed and stuff. So, you know, I've been figuring all that stuff out. Do you hunt private or public in real life? Mostly private. I've been very fortunate, you know, my dad, since the time I was born, has owned like 120 some acres, so we have that, and he farms that land, so it's a great draw for deer. I own a little 14-acre piece here. That's where I shot my doe on the opening day of archery last year, and where I shot my big buck, my 180. So, you know, I'd love to do more public land hunting. I've hunted public in Indiana, Tennessee, Kentucky. It's always a good time, but I think the thing I love about deer hunting the most is, like, really learning how deer use an area. And you can do that on public, but I guess I've been able to learn it so well with some of the private I hunt that's why I've fallen in love with it. Can we? Nah, that's too far. I was going to try to jump out there and get them, but a floater. Are you going to bring a mattress with you? I don't think I'm going to do that. I've heard of people bringing like the little roll-up like sleeping pad things, but I think I can survive. Yeah, Eddie, are you on Salt's Wheezing? I'm assuming you are. I think there's just so few fallow. It's hard. Fallow. This is what always happens. There's so few pheasant. Whatever I'm grinding is what I say everybody else is grinding. There's so few pheasants that it's hard to, even if you have a bunch of really low level ones, it's hard to influence it to the level that you can do with, let's say, fallow on Aotearoa. Bring your bed. There you go. Pack your PC. I got a laptop. I could probably do a little editing or whatever, but I imagine gonna be other things happening at the time. What's up, Mall Cop? We're at 2 5s, 1 diamond, 1 troll. How do you get the follow-up shot off so fast? I have the skills and perks upgraded, but I just can't seem to do it as fast. I don't know if you have like all the same skills and perks as I do. I'm not saying that that's the issue, but if you want to take a look at everything, I'll just run through them since we're waiting on this fallow to float. I'd say if there's any technique to it, what I do is, so like, let's say I'm going to shoot right at the center of that thing, right? So I'm going to shoot, recoil goes up into the right. It always does. So, as soon as I'm shooting, I'm pulling down into the left, and I'm already close to on target, and I'm hitting hold breath again right away, like, first thing I do, and then I'm trying to get back on target. I don't know that there's anything really special I'm doing there, but I'm just trying to counteract the recoil as quickly as I can. What kind of bow do you hunt with? I have a Dart and Veracity 35. I put a new, well, it's kind of new, 3-pin sight on it. It was the sight that was on Kyla's compound, her Dart and Spectra. And it's got like a longer mounting bracket, so the sight plane is now longer from like what I was used to. And I can tell the difference. Like right away, I'm like, yep, I am more accurate with this thing. I think that was a good call. So we'll see how it goes this season, but the one problem I have with it, not the bow, that sight, it doesn't fit in my case as good anymore, so I gotta figure that out. Nicholas, thank you for subscribing. Welcome on in. Well, my plan, Christian, we'll see how it goes. My plan is to have a bunch of content prepped for, you know, whenever that time comes. I'm gonna probably do a decent amount of it, let's say between Christmas and February. but I'm going to do some of it this summer. It's just so hot. It's hard to get anything done right now. So, you know. Did you buy all the DLCs? For the most part, and the only reason I say for the most part, like, being one of the members of the Hunter Network, that's like the, you know, content creator program for EW, we do get non-cosmetic DLCs for free. So, maps, guns, that kind of stuff. And of course, prior to doing that, I always bought all the new DLCs, but for the last 5 or 6 years, luckily that's been, you know, a thing that I didn't have to worry about. Just got a new bow. It's a Bear Adapt 2. I've heard good things about the Adapt. You like it? Oh, no doubt, Biblical. That's something that I'm already looking forward to. Bless you, Kylo, if you're still listening. What if I do pre-IRL hunts during the summer? What you mean? Might as well move to Florida? Man, like, no kidding. So I have my Redneck AC, which, for the last, I guess, 2 months, if you heard me complain about the heat more than normal, it's because I'm not running the air conditioning in here. It's kind of a house issue more than anything, but the point is, Kyla has the AC on in the room she's in, so she can stay cool with the whole, you know, being pregnant thing. So, yeah, we'll kick the breaker if we run too. So, Redneck AC is soak my t-shirt under the sink and then sit here with the fan on. If I didn't have that, I'd be dying right now. But actually, it's not too bad. But anyway, I am excited for, I think it's supposed to be Thursday is going to cool off. I don't know for how long, but I'm going to make the most of that. What GPU? Right now I have a 3060. I do intend to upgrade, I don't know when now. Because I was going to do it for GTA 6, but that comes out on console first, so it's like, I don't know. I am going to upgrade, but I don't know when. You know what so, it's far enough down the road, Biblical, I guess we'll see, but something that I found very interesting, when Kyla shot her first deer, I found myself, like, more shaken up than I am when I shoot a deer. And you guys have seen my videos, or if you have seen my videos, I get pretty shaken up. But I think it was because, like, I didn't have any control over the situation. Like, I did everything I could, like, try to practice with her, put us in the right spot, try to get her in a position to shoot and stuff, and then it's up to her, and that really, like, got me. That really had me shaken up. So, I can only imagine it's going to be the same with a kid, and I don't remember my dad ever, like, you know, shaking when I would shoot a deer. And I feel like that would make me more nervous. So that's going to be something I gotta learn, I guess. What is your highest viewed video? I think it's my my beginner series. I think it's that, and then I have maybe the Cape Buffalo one? The Cape Buffalo 22 one? That was up there. That needs to die. Do you have a beard? I do not. Not that I can really grow one anyway, but even if I could, Kyla no likey the beards. You said it was hot? Try 110 degrees with humidity? It's 85 with humidity, but this is some of the worst humidity I've ever, and I'm not saying it's worse than you. This is the funny thing about, like, weather. Every individual state thinks they have the worst weather. Everybody experiences bad weather. But anyway, wanted to make that clear. I'm not trying to diminish whatever you got going on. But, man, it was 79 yesterday. We were at my parents'. It was just awful out. Like, I don't remember ever 79 at high humidity feeling that disgusting. It was just terribly warm. Do you think Emerald Coast is a good Red Deer grind map? I've never done it, so I can't really speak to it. I think it probably could be decent. Only 12 no beards yet? Oh, when I was 12, I was shaving for years already. What rangefinder to use? I've got a Vortex, what the heck? I don't even know the exact model. It's a Vortex, you know, like, decent little rangefinder. I got it because I had a Nikon rangefinder that ended up in Kyla's pack for enough times that I said, alright, you can have that one. I'll just get another one. And what do you know? I was trying to find my rangefinder for a video that hopefully I have coming out pretty soon, a real life video. I can't find it. And I finally looked in Kyla's pack. There it was. That sounds glorious right now, Anton. How old are you? I am 27. Norway has been burning up. It seems, you know, seems like a lot of places. It's the time of year for it, so not like a shock, but it's still no fun in the moment. I almost wanted to miss that because we only had the one. He's not going far. Alright, anybody else around there? There we go, now we're talking. That's a nice one. Will the IRL video be on Call It Outdoors with this channel? This particular one I'm talking about, it'll probably be on both, but I would say this channel first. I need to email the guy and ask him. Used to this heat here in PA because I lived in Florida for 6 years. Alright, as someone who lived in Florida for 6 years, is this, like, much different? Like, do you feel like this is... Man, I'm back in Florida, you know what I mean? Just ready to hit the woods? Yeah, man, like... I always think there's, like, different phases of, like, the whitetail off-season, if we want to call it that. For me, it always starts as, like... Man, like, this is great. I wake up. I don't need to, like, try to rush and get stuff done so I can get out hunting this evening. It gets to be evening, and I'm just kind of like, alright, well, don't need to go anywhere. Let's, you know, take care of this task or that or whatever. And then you get to turkey season, and you go nuts for a while again, chasing them. And then you enjoy the break again, like, alright, 3 a.m., I can sleep. Sweet. And next thing you know, you're like begging to be out there again, and we're at that begging to be out there stage right now. We get a lung when he spun? We did not. Alright, if we just fast travel, you shouldn't be going further. They freeze in place when you fast travel, but time still passes, so their health still goes down. What's your IRL? What's that? When are you doing a deer hunting camp live? I don't know exactly when, but eventually. We'll see. What's up, Sizzly? Do you know if the PSR is trying to get deer hunting camp on Xbox? We talked about that earlier. I need to ask him, because I hope so, but I haven't actually asked that particular question to find out. Mouse and keyboard or controller? Mouse and keyboard. There we go, a 270, nice. I screwed up a 270 like a week and a half ago, so revenge, kinda. I like it. That will go in the lodge. Christian, thank you for the super chat. Now that you're a dad, can we call you daddy? I like how Kyla's a mom there too. Christian, if she knew your last... Wait, I know your last name. If she knew your last name, she'd use your last name. If she knew your middle name, she'd use your middle name too. Big male. I used to love turkey hunting, but I started bass fishing, and I can't get enough of it. Started fishing tournaments. My brother-in-law does that. He fishes tournaments and stuff. It sounds like he has a blast, but... Hey, JaxyBeard. He, I forget where he was at. He saw a giant buck when he was bass fishing, though, and I think that, you know, jarred him back into reality of, ooh, hunting's fun, too. Oh, dear. Great one huddle fallow mount. I'll be happy if I can get another one. I got my super rare fallow there right before a ski ridge came out. Not that I was after one, but got one. So if we can get, I should have fast traveled. If we can get one more great one fallow, 2 great ones on a super rare, it works for me. Hey Joe, just shot a 270 max weight diamond fallow, so that was pretty cool. Please go easy on your kid with the dad jokes. As you might expect, my dad certainly didn't go easy on us with the dad jokes. There was always, like, some kind of random little prank being played. Whether you would notice it or not, like, I always wonder how many times he did something like that. You know, like a dad joke type of thing, and we just didn't catch it. But he was... I'm sure there were plenty of times. But I can't recall ever being like, oh, hey, you missed the joke or whatever. So I think he would probably just save it and do it again later. So sick of these fallow? Yeah, they make you fallow a certain way. That's terrible. Have never seen a 270 not max weight? Yeah, if they exist, they're probably pretty rare. I've got, counting the one I messed up, which I think he was max weight too. I don't know why this is happening right now. Anyway, I've got 5 of them, counting the messed up one. Couldn't tell you if they're all max weight or not. They probably are. The stream's name is the dad joke. This man is prepping already. I've been prepping my entire life for this, if you know what I mean. Told my wife the washing machine was shrinking my clothes. Turns out it was the fridge. It does that. It's not fair. Fixing to play away the hunter soon. I love the game. The pop-in is just really bad for me right now. Can you, the pop-in? Anyway, I don't have any intentions of going back to it soon. If they release something cool, like I know they released that night vision pack, but I've said this before, I just simply don't understand that. There was never once that I thought, man, if I could hunt at night in Way the Hunter, that would make my experience better. It just, you know, hasn't been a part of the equation for me. So again, if they release something that I'm, like, legitimately excited about, then definitely. I shot another one here, didn't I? It is further this way? Tomorrow, Kylo, we'll have leftovers tonight, I think. Missed anything? We have... what, 3 level 5 fallow, 2 diamonds, and one of them was a 270, so that was pretty nice. Are you sure that was a joke, Dustin? You're in the Australia Reserve? It would be New Zealand, technically. This is Te Awaroa. Alright. Took an awfully long time to do that run. Have you played Ready or Not? No, I'm like peripherally aware of that. I'm not even entirely sure what it is. 29, I have 2 little boys, and man's a life changer. My oldest is 6, and I think he loves deer hunting more than I do. That means you did your job right, I think. Are 270s going whitetail rare? Rare, I'd say no. They're hard to get, but the big rack scores 270 a lot. D-Fish, thank you for the super chat, man. Appreciate you. Do you think EW could have a separate mode for missions? For mission hunts? Kind of missed the days of in-depth campaign hunting games like the old Cabela's ones. I don't know. Oh, another 5. I don't even know that it necessarily needs to be like a separate mode. I think they could, you know, just bring back the old mission style. I know I'm, you know, the same as you. I miss, you know, the Jonathan Tramp finds and the, was it something Beatty, the moose guy, and Vasquez was the coyote lady. I forget her name, the elk one. Like, it felt like real characters. I really think the missions these days feel like, let's hurry up and throw something together, make you run around the map. Are you excited to be a dad? Of course. I think it's what most people, well, most men anyway. Well, let's not get into that conversation. Most, anyway, look forward to their entire life, on some level. What's up, how many kills? I'd say we're getting close to 2,100. Have you played Halo? The only Halo game I've played is, I think it was 3. My brother and I played it a lot. We had it on Xbox. Took a long time till we found out that online was even a thing in that game. We played the campaign over and over. And then we found out you could play online, and that was just a whole nother level. What's up, D? Thank you for the super chat, man. Greatly appreciated. Always wanted to go whitetail hunting. Do you think it's worth it? Absolutely. So, I'm bad with this. That pound or euro? Alright, I shouldn't have even asked. I should have just pretended. Anyway. I don't know in what context you'd go whitetail hunting, but yeah, I would absolutely recommend it if you get the chance. Doing a fallow great one grind right alongside you. You didn't know it, but we've been racing for that great one. You're probably going to win, to be honest. 2,700 kills in the fallow grind, no great one. Yeah, they, you know, fallow have been considered one of the easiest great ones for a long time, but They can be a little bit mean. I think that could be neat, Parker. I enjoyed, what was that called? What was the Cabela survival game? It was on Mount Kenai, but what was the name of it? I do not remember. Anyway, there were parts of it that were way overly cheesy. And, you know, in true Cabela's fashion. One of the things you do in that game, you shoot a big, like a moose. And I forget if you're freezing or if the person you're with is freezing. But the whole thing is you shoot the moose and then, like, you go to gut it. And the person crawls inside, like, the gut cavity of the moose to warm up. And, of course, you know, it's a giant, like, a 230-inch bowl or something stupid like that. But mostly it was a good game. How many kills on this grind? 2,000 to 2,100, somewhere in there. Do I think the render will ever change? Not in the game's current state. I imagine there's like an engine limitation or whatever there. If they... Is changing engines a thing? I think so. If they ever like somehow put the game on a new engine, or let's say they made it Call of the Wild 2 someday, but I think that's a different thing entirely at that point. What's up, Casey? I'm grinding for Fallow number 3 and in hopes to get the huddle. Hopefully he shows for you. Nice profile picture, by the way. Love those games. Favorite animal to hunt? If we're talking real life, whitetail. If we're talking in Call of the Wild, snow leopards. I actually, I wanted to go back to Sooner Baton this past week. I believe it was the day that I made the parquet video. I was really looking forward to snow leopard hunting and stuff, and I got out there, and I kind of think I ended up on a hack server. It wasn't like the super obvious hacked ones, but like I had 3 level 9 yak in a short period of time. And something... Maybe somebody harvested like a diamond... Oh, the guy said he had a troll snow leopard. And then I saw another 9 snow leopard. I'm like, nah, this ain't right. And then the only other server was one I couldn't connect to. But anyway, I want to go back and hunt snowies again. Maybe this week. Yeah, definitely, Nicholas. I totally agree. Hunt deer in GTA? If you go back to GTA 5 and hunt deer, they bugle because for some reason they're elk in that game. Didn't they say GTA 6 is going to have like a lot of wildlife and stuff? They've said a lot of things about GTA 6, to be fair. Do you use herd management? Yes. Shouldn't it be Hunter Call of the World? Maybe. D-Fish, thanks for becoming a Shusty. Welcome on in. Appreciate the support. Enjoy the green name emojis in chat, member badges, and early access to video uploads as well. Well, let's leave all these as they are for now. I feel like what we've done here is the exact opposite of how we should have done it. Like, all of these should be shooters and all our exteriors should be this size. But, be that as it may, we're killing 270s, so we're doing something decently okay. Do you think they'll ever make Call of the Wild cross-platform? I'd probably say again, like, not in its current state, but if they ever were to really redo things from the ground up, I imagine that's one of the things they would do. I think the angler really benefited from being cross-platform, and I'd probably say the hunter would also benefit. Just got a 367 Rocky with huge back tines. Nice. That was convenient. Now we got another runner. That's good. You want to trot? He tried to ninja dodge me too. Alright. You got a direction picked out? Not really. Jeez. Alright. I'm just gonna kill him from here. Expert marksmanship? Yeah, this one's been a little rough. What do you think the next great one should be? I still think wolves would be really cool. That's a 5. Not the deer that I thought it was. Anyway. Mule deer won, like, the new Rax pull back in December-ish. Wolves won the new fur pull, so maybe there's some logic to, like, that kind of thinking, or maybe that's way overthinking something that has nothing to do with it. No way. I'm pretty sure that's the one I've missed 12 times already. Nope, didn't miss that time. Favorite Fallow Great One combo? I think my favorite's the one I have, Irish Elk Silver, and then like kind of the one I'm hoping to get here would be Gold Typical Rack. What? Thanks, Joe. Forgot to turn your aimbot back on. Oh, dang it, I hate when I do that. 400 in here, by the way. Appreciate you guys. Got DHC 3 days ago and I have 14 hours. Nice. Putting in the time. Gonna let his kid shoot a shotgun at 12 years old? I mean, I assume what you're talking about here is not a 410, but my dad had me squirrel hunting at 6, so something like that, I'm sure. Tips for herd management? I'm probably the wrong person to ask, but I guess my main one that probably isn't like a super mainstream tip. If you're going to herd manage, like, really go for it. Meaning, don't, you know, like, I'm gonna leave a couple of twos, but I'm gonna shoot a couple. What I've found is if you do that, it totally makes it worse. I think... Okay, so the whole idea behind herd management is you're leaving small ones in order to get the game to spawn more big ones, because there's like a balancing system. You know, the game is trying to average out to some point the spawns. So if you have nothing but tiny ones on your map, in order to rectify that, to bring the average to whatever it wants to, it's going to spawn big ones. But if you're just going to have like some small ones, but not a bunch of small ones, I think you end up with more average spawns than anything. Oh, did you really, K-Flow? 2? What the heck? Where's mine? I mean, I'll let her answer that if she wants to, I guess, Jesse. Can we get a YouTube short of your tent layout for mule deer on a ski? Could maybe do something like that. I'm sure I showed it in tons of grinding streams, but, you know, you might have to watch a bunch of the stream to find it. Maybe that's not what you're looking to do when you need a quick answer. Good explanation. Why, thank you. I just know, you know, for a long time I think I was always confused. I wasn't, like, resistant to herd management as far as other people doing it. I was kind of resistant to doing it because I was afraid that it would make the experience, at least for me personally, of Call of the Wild, not as good, but I've found that to not be the case. Anyway. So, as I started to, let's say, adopt herd management on some level, be like, you know, there's level 2 there, whatever, I'll leave it alive. But I wouldn't do that with all of them. And I'm very confident, having spent some time actually doing herd management, that it definitely makes it worse to do it like that. Oh, nice, Nick, congrats. I bet that's a whirlwind, huh? Honestly, isn't that whole thing of hunting going for the big ones and leaving the small ones? Yeah, I guess if you look at it in terms of an age thing, which that brings it back around to I would rather we had age instead of levels. Because on the other hand, let's take the like Way of the Hunter approach. Well, it has age too. Well, my point is, if all these deer are the same age, because there is no age thing in the game, well, you would shoot the ones that have the poor racks because they got bad genetics. So it depends on how you look at it, but yeah. 7 weeks old, been wild, I can only imagine. My rarest animal? My hybrid gray-lag goose? Mel says that's extremely rare. I would say my hybrid goldeneye is up there. I don't know. I'm sure it's one of those birds that I just kind of shot like, oh, that one's different. And then Mel gets really mad because it's like her dream bird that I just shot by accident. They need to add level 1 turkey males that are jakes. Yeah, no like true beers or whatever. For turkeys is a massive shame. And the fact they score like cinnamon teal. God Come on now. We could have had at least unique scoring for turkeys instead of cinnamon teal numbers. Or like IRL going to lake, you see a big buck and a little buck, you'd probably hypothetically go for the big guy. Yeah, as long as we're assuming the age thing. I never liked that. Okay, here's the thing. I gotta make very clear anytime I say anything like this. I have no issue with herd management. I never had any issue with anybody doing it. Anyway, I just didn't like to do it. I never liked that argument for herd management because, like, in real life, it's a genetics thing versus, like, in Call of the Wild, there isn't genetics, so it's hard to make it a one-to-one thing, but the whole thing for me always was, is it good for the game? And what has been proven over time is it absolutely is. I mean, people grind all 6 months between new maps, who otherwise probably wouldn't keep playing the game those 6 months. And just by that alone, it's a positive for the game. People playing it. Thanks, Van Winkle. Appreciate you, man. Can't eat the antlers. When I was young, you wouldn't even see any of these big bucks. We were out there. We'd shoot the only deer we'd see all year. That one was fun, Mall Cop. It probably, like, overall time spent, that might have been the longest we spent on any individual video, because we recorded that day for like 6 hours or so. And ended up with 4 videos out of it. That was probably 2 hours of just pure screwing around at the end, but it was fun. Exactly, JaxyBeard. Herd management is great, but it's also fun to just explore and shoot anything on site. Yeah, that's why at this point, I kind of separate, like, I do grinding on stream, and I do regular hunts and videos. And for me, at least, that works good. Great Flampaw. Oh, don't remind me, I'm getting older. Whoa. That's abnormal. At least a little dinks there. Suppose we have a Peninsula Run in store then? Running and gunning is way funner. For me, like, probably the most fun, in the moment fun I have in the game, let's say outside of, like, actively stalking a diamond or a great one or whatever, is actually the setting up for a great one grind part. Now, the rest of the grinding, I have way more fun, let's say when I'm hunting, diamond hunting in multiplayer or whatever, than actual grinding, but then the great one shows up and all of a sudden, like, well, this is awesome. This is what I've been waiting on. So it depends on the exact moment almost within it. How many Call of the Wild creators actually hunt IRL besides yourself? I know Lady has done some hunting. DD hunts. Let's see. Do you hunt, JaxyBeard? I actually don't know that. I know Ponyo hunts, and I don't know if I'm saying his name right. I'm trying to think through and I'm gonna leave people out, and I'm gonna feel bad, but I'm trying to think through who I definitely know hunts. Chopper? I thought Chopper did, but I wasn't sure. Think I buy hunts? No idea on that one. I've never seen or heard either way. Should take Scarecrow hunting IRL? Well, the biggest thing will be the travel, because we live on opposite ends of the country. That's always, if you pay really close attention, you can tell, like, we have a decent delay in the Discord call. Not huge, but being that far apart. Rum hunted? Makes sense. Rooster hunts, I didn't know that. Hope Shadow's not in here. Oh, she is. Neighbor's coming in the road, so if she barks, I apologize. It might not be a horrible idea to turn your headset down. I'm also just trying to talk non-stop so that she doesn't hear the gravel popping, and maybe she won't bark. You know, giving it a try. Scarecrow would get too excited seeing an IRL great one and spook it. Seeing an IRL great one is something I can confirm you'll get really excited about. Alright, Let's hit the peninsula. KG, oh yeah, KG was an obvious one. He was hunting before he ever played Call of the Wild. I guess I was too. That was a dumb way. He was making hunting content before he played Call of the Wild. That's what I meant by that. That was a really dumb way to say it. Is your whole grind solos? Yeah, more or less. It shouldn't be. It was just the way this... Like, it was how I had the Fallow grind set up from 2023, and I just didn't change it. What breed of dog do you have? She is Border Collie Blue Heeler Mix. Thoughts on Deion Sanders having cancer? Is that what, like, I saw there was, like, a press conference scheduled for him and his medical team. Is that what it was? Boy, that guy that, I saw a tweet, yesterday or the day before, and it was a guy that said basically, like, that Deion's gonna hightail it out of Colorado the second he gets the chance, and then he reposted that tweet with the, announcement that he had, like, a press conference. They said he's cured of bladder cancer, so he has cancer or had it? Hopefully just had. Don't have a ranch when you're old? I suppose it depends on your definition of ranch. I would love to have, you know, just a large piece of property to manage. I've thought a long time about, like, you know, do we move back to the farm when this house is paid off and all that kind of stuff? Do we, you know, end up going elsewhere? I have no idea what we'll end up doing. But, I obviously, you know, love it at my dad's. Been hunting there my entire life. Got some great hunting memories there, and I'm sure there'll be many more. So, we'll see, but... Yeah, just a piece of property that's all my own to manage and do whatever, which I sort of have on some level, but it's 14 acres. It's not a lot. If that's your definition, then yes. Just said had it, says cured now. Well, that's good. Do you want a pet deer? No. I could see where it could be cool, but there would just be something odd about it. I spend too much time chasing them and wanting to, you know, hunt them and all that to have a pet one. Like, for instance, if all of a sudden there were roving bands of, you know, domestic dogs that have gone feral, I'd have a real hard time hunting them, considering, like, I have a pet dog. Thanks, William. Not a lot, but you killed a record book buck on it. That, and, you know, like any buck that gets to that size, especially around here, like, it's an anomaly to begin with. But it really goes to show that you don't have to have, you know, millions of dollars and, you know, thousands of acres and the latest, greatest technology and stuff. You gotta have some level of decent woodsmanship, and I don't even claim that had a lot to do with it. It was mostly luck. The only thing that woodsmanship had to do with that buck was the moment we bought the place, I'm like, I ain't going in there. That's a good spot. So I just literally never set foot there until we dragged that deer out of there. So yeah, like some level of decent woodsmanship and luck. Did I really mess that up? I might have. But I think that's why, you know, the world record whitetail typically aren't, not even typically, aren't, Iowa, Illinois, Missouri. It's like, or Ohio. Maybe, where's the Brewster buck from? Because it was that Kentucky deer, or Tennessee. I always get that confused. And then the world record typical's Indiana. Sorry, the US record. World record is Canada. Why no more 4570? I don't need to move tripods around. So I still have tents in my inventory, but my tripods are set up good enough. What did I miss today? Bunch of 5s. I think it's number 4 or so. 1 troll. How much for 80 acres in Canada? Great question. Ohio has some monsters? Indeed. Kansas has the record? Maybe? The world record non-tip was found dead? Yeah, sorry. The world record, that is Ohio, right? The hole in the horn buck? No. That's Missouri. Missouri Monarch is the world record non-tip. Yep, that's what Steven just said. Hang on. Brewster buck. Just tell me where it was shot at. Oh, it is Illinois. Okay. So the non-tip still is. Or is now. Where's the Handsome Buck? I don't know what province, but it's Canada. World record bighorn is in my county. That's pretty cool. How many great one do you have? I have 12 at the moment. Hopefully, you guys see it was 13 there. It's a sign. Hopefully 13 today. Dang, David. There's an Oklahoma buck that was close to world record typical, but it had a short G2. And that's, you know, I guess that is the thing about a typical to begin with, but it requires so many things to go right. It's probably why it's, you know, those destination states, it's no more likely to have everything go right there than it is anywhere else. Handsome Buck, Saskatchewan? Okay. Did not know that. I killed one bigger than all of them, I just didn't feel like showing it off. Okay, Mitch Rumpola. I found your ult. Oh, I love that whole story. Anyway, typical or overrated? Like, I kind of agree. I'm very much a nets or for fishes guy. You know, gross score is what I care about, but man, a perfect typical is special. No doubt. What's up, Eamon? Talking to Big Bucks, what do you think of the controversial, controversial Rumpola buck in Michigan? Yeah, I don't believe that. Like, don't get me wrong, I wanted this to be real for years. I watched every video, every, like, podcast, anything I could find about it. And there was a podcast series done, I wish I remembered the name of the podcast, that the guy talked to everybody that he could get a hold of. Like, you know, that had any fingerprints on the story. Guys that maybe actually, you know, got to see the buck, not live, but like on the mountain stuff. People that knew Mitch, all this kind of stuff. And it was pretty convincing. Like, all these guys were like, yeah, it's real. And then he had a taxidermist on. And the guy, not about the buck, not about the Rumpola buck, but a bunch of prior deer that Mitch had shot are very clearly does with antlers attached. So at that point, I'm just like, all right, well, you can't, even if he did shoot that buck and it is completely wild, completely real, 218, 216, whatever it was. If he's bolting antlers on does, what credibility does he have? Unpopular opinion, Rumpola buck could be real? It could be. But when he's done all kinds of fake stuff, and clearly fake stuff, like, it is absolutely, there's no denying those are does with antlers attached. You can't take anything that he says otherwise, you know, for facts. What's your favorite animal based on rares? It's gonna be a duck, I think. What duck rares do I like the most? I think Goldeneye, weirdly enough. Play online, we're on single player right now doing a Fallow grind. How do you not get burned out with a Great One grind? It probably looks like I spend, you know, dozens of hours a week grinding. I literally grind 4 hours on Monday, 4 hours on Friday, that's it. And I'm talking to you guys the entire time, so it's just fun. Don't follow arrow hunting. What is the Rumpola buck? It would be the world record typical whitetail. If it was real. And I don't think it is. But more or less, the guy shot it in like 1998 or something. Never even entered it as the record, despite entering like every other deer he ever shot into the Michigan record books. It caused a dispute with the Handsome Buck because the Handsome Buck is a typical world record and Mitch was calling his the world record, but it was never certified as that. And then the whole thing supposedly burned up in a house fire. Now they say that's not actually true. Anyway, I think, unfortunately, the guy's full of it, even though I wish it was real. Hard to beat the screaming ree of a flock of wood ducks, though? Yeah, I think the fact that, to me anyway, it appears those hybrid golden eyes are just so much more rare than the rare woodies. Like, I love the wood ducks. Like, we got that albino drake, we got that mellow drake. They look amazing. And the sounds, like you said. But Seems like those GoldenEye rares are just way rarer. Streaming for much longer? Yeah, 2.5 hours yet. Didn't look natural. Yeah, the ear droop was weird. People have talked about that for years. The brow tines are really far out on the main beams. That's kind of odd. But, you know, antlers have endless variety. It's just the mere fact that he was, you know, scotch taping, not really, but I think this is funnier, scotch taping antlers on the does that I just don't believe anything he says. What's your loadout right now? He was hacking? Yeah, he hacked in a typical rack rate one. Right now, 300 to 308 tenths. Nothing else there. Cool. And didn't we figure we need to do Peninsula again? Nice, Colin. Who done did this? How you doing? I'm doing good. How about you? He wouldn't x-ray them. Can't imagine why if it was legit. Well, that's the whole thing. Like, the argument people would say for years was, oh, Mitch isn't like that. He doesn't want the notoriety. Alright, well, why did he have a website posting all the bucks that he would shoot? Why did he post all of his other deer into the Michigan record books? Like, that story doesn't align. There's gonna be a lot of tracking. Oh boy. They're mostly dead. That guy's not. Not that I hit him, but now he is. Might need the Peninsula run just yet. Without deduction, I think the Huff Buck is the biggest. The Johnny, yeah, the Johnny King Buck would be the biggest, I believe. That one probably should beat Hansen's Buck. There's a common base point thing with that. You ever get bored and you're like an antler nerd? Look up the Johnny King Buck and the controversy around it. My neighbor killed a 202. Dang, nice. Doing a red deer grind? Any tips? I don't know if I have a whole lot I could offer you. I believe if you're doing herd management, I think you'd shoot everything higher than level 5, but you probably already know that. Alright, we're going to use the 4-wheeler because that was a mess. Yeah, apparently so, Sognar. Ever seen the Loveston Buck? Oh, yeah. Somewhere here, let me turn this down, because I... Oh, it is already turned down. Alright. Somewhere in my parents' attic, there is a, like a plastic, I guess call it replica. It's a toy, though, of the Tony Loveston Buck. And yes, I know his first name. Is that still the youth record? He was like 15 or something when he shot it. But I had a Hunter Dan thing with the Loveston Buck. And I was looking on eBay, this is years ago. There were other ones. There was the... What other deer were on there? I think there's a big typical, there's a couple of non-typicals. I think the hole in the horn buck might be on there. But anyway, yes, I know the Hunter Dan toy collection. Yep, I know the Loveston Buck very well. It was a muzzleloader kill, if I recall correctly. Today, Justin, I did not. Dream animal to hunt in real life would be caribou. Farm deer don't count? Was Loveston's a farm deer? Hey, Bottom Boy, what's going on? I've heard the warty buck that's in last week's Called Outdoors video is a buck worthy of seeing. Yeah, you guys should go and check that out. Highly recommend. What in the world, man? I got blood crisscrossing. What a mess. There's this one. These tracks keep going. It was a game when I was a kid you could hunt the King of the Bucks, or King of Bucks collection. Any chance you remember the name of that game? I think I'd play that today. That sounds awesome. Watching from South Africa. Love the videos. Well, thank you, man. Appreciate you watching. Thanks for tuning in. Big Buck Hunters. That's the name of the game. I may just give that a look. Bass Pro Shop the hunt? I feel like I had that. Maybe that was something else. I had something like that on mobile, but I could never get it to run, and it made me sad. Martin, thank you for the super chat, man. Thank you so much for the support. Greatly appreciated. Bass Pro Shops, the Hunt Trophy Showdown you can. Okay. I guess I'll be giving that a look. Do you think Great One Whitetail will ever get unique furs? More for Reds too? Hard to say, really. You know, will they go back and redo an already existing Great One? Maybe, but, you know, they've shown no, how do they do that? No intentions of doing that anytime soon. You're just asking for it, aren't you? Oh, that tree just got absolutely wrecked. Are we tracking stuff again? What's up, Brantley? It's my favorite game ever. I've memorized where every legendary animal and King of Bucks is. I can't believe I'm not aware of this. Is it on PC by chance? Bass Pro Shops the Hunt. Looks pretty cool. When did this come out? Nintendo Wii. DVD-ROM? What the heck does that mean? Wait, PC? It's $5. I'm about to just get it. Cool game. The legendary animals are sweet and really challenging to find. So this, to be clear, this is like a different thing than legendary hunts, right? It must be. PC DVD-ROM. Factory sealed. I'm just gonna like add that to my watch list so I remember to check that out later. Might have a thing I want to do. Be a cool thing to do videos on. Hey, like again, now that I can actually say this stuff, this might be something that I do months from now. What the holy fallow deer? Holy that fallow deer. Anyway, this could be a perfect thing to do. Like, as prepped content for February. Had that for the Wii, don't remember it well. It looks cool on the cover, and hey, you know, that's how I judge everything in life, actually. Don't they say that? The more things you judge by the cover, the better? I think that's the saying. Did you watch the new Happy Gilmore? I haven't. I'd like to eventually. Have I claimed everything else? Like, I thought I was on my way to claim one, and then I shot that other one. I don't remember. I don't see anything else. Every map has a dangerous encounter. It was kind of mid. It's only $5, so even if it is mid, I'll take it. Do you know the gender yet? No. We didn't do the whatever testing thing to find out real early because it's not that huge a deal to know now. I think we'll know in a couple of months. Oh, Happy Gilmore 2 is kind of mid. I have seen some people saying that. I think it's with anything, right? Especially in today's climate. There are a bunch of people that are like, yeah, it's really good. It's exactly what I expected. And a lot of people are just like, nah, not good. It's hard for any sequel to ever, you know, live up to the expectations people have for it. So that's going to be a thing, too. It's don't judge a book by its cover. No, I think you're supposed to judge more things by its cover. I'm pretty sure. Hey, thanks, Bunches. Congrats to you as well. You can and should judge a book by its cover. That one ain't bad either. 267.7. Hard shot. Killing some biggins. That doesn't look that dissimilar from the Great One typical rack. Just yard sailed an arrow into oblivion. On an unrelated note, are you a straight fletch guy or a helical fletch kind of guy? I've always done a straight fletch. I think I might have had arrows one year that were helical. You know, I'm not someone who's shooting anything, like anything alive anyway. Target, sure, but anything more than 35, maybe 40 yards in like a very specific scenario. So I just don't really need that additional stabilization boost and stuff. Now that I'm shooting mechanical broadheads again, I could definitely do helicals. I think people shoot helicals with fixed too, right? But tuning that, I feel like, is something that would be more challenging, but I've never done it. If I judged you by the cover, I'd have never made it this far into the channel. Did you think I was a Ravens fan? From Sweden, always coming home from work or school, and always a new video out or you streaming at level. Well, that's good to hear, man. Glad you're enjoying it, and thanks for sticking around as well. Superman Returns in 2006 put me off movies for 19 years and counting. Dang, was it that bad? As you can probably tell, never seen it. Jurassic World Rebirth was a beautiful film, but made you think, why? Is that the new one? If it is, no spoilers. Kyla still hasn't seen it, and she'll be big mad. I don't know if she's still in chat, but still. I probably ought to kill one of these. But we're getting, like, it's always tough. Like, when we start getting 5s, I'm like, yeah, man, I don't want to mess with anything. And then all of a sudden, no 5s show up. Doing a helical fix setup right now. Don't know how I feel about it. I imagine, because if you have the right fixed blade, I think it'd be fine, but at least with certain ones, I'm thinking more blades would be worse. Like a single bevel might not be too bad, but you start to do like a 3 or 4 blade, I don't know what happens. What's your favorite movie? I really don't know that I have one. We don't watch movies much. Some of the Conjuring ones are pretty good. Is this a reference tie that I should get? Disgustingly hot upstairs, I've noticed. I have sadly been up here since, when did I start this morning? 8:30 or something? Of course it wasn't that hot to begin with, but it has only gotten worse. I guess we'll kill that one. I said, I guess we'll kill that one. Opinion on Medved, the new map? Hold on, what now? Opinion on a ski ridge, or I'm confusion. I'll post it on Discord. Okay. What's the game called? This game? The Hunter Call of the Wild. Sitting in the AC, baking like an oven? How did you get in the air conditioning? Doesn't that hurt? So you can say you're drowning in a pool of sweat? Me? I'm telling you, Redneck AC works way better than anybody gives it credit for. Now my shirt is kind of dry by now because it's hot, but you run your shirt underwater, it keeps you impressively cool. Like, I don't think it's a stretch to say it's 85 in this room, but with a t-shirt on that's decently damp still, I would say it feels like it's 75. Like, it's warm, but it's not bad. I told you about Redneck AC? I think you told me that's what it's called, right? I don't know if I was already doing it at the time or not. I had done it, maybe that's where this came up. I remember doing it, geez, 7 or 8 years ago, something like that, streaming with Jaxy. But instead I would jump in the pool, just with my clothes on, and then run upstairs and stream. Because I had a tiny room back then. It got crazy hot in there too, but doesn't your chair and the floor get soaked? Well, I wring it out first. My chair doesn't get soaked. The only thing, like, since I'm sitting down, like around the waistband of my shorts, that'll kind of absorb a little bit of the water. I imagine the back of my chair does it, but it's I imagine not real leather, faux leather thing, so it kind of repels water. Sounds good, Eddie. Appreciate you jumping in. Does your wife also play Call of the Wild? She does. At least spelled tethered correctly, Kyla. Come on now. I did, though. I did buy their, I thought they were calling it the Grit Pack. That's what they called it at the ATA show, but I think they called it the Workhorse Pack. I am so excited about that thing. I love the way it's made. Like, it's feature-rich. It's made well. I needed a pack upgrade, and I think this one's going to be really good. Like, if I was going to run my saddle with my old pack, I had to really change things around. I think with this one, I can just, like, I can throw my platform in the little platform pocket. I can hold my sticks on one side, my camera arm on the other. I should be able to change up what I do way more easily. So that'll be good. Should get a baby swimming pool and sit in it while you play? I could do one of those Twitch hot tub streams, huh? You guys never had to go jump in the lake next door on the public pool before you got home because it's so hot. My whole summer childhood summed up. I could go jump in the creek, I guess. Another monster? Where'd that great one, though? Did neither of those get a lung? I don't feel great about it because I think he should have died faster. $420? Holy. One skunky chair? My chair? My chair's fine. I promise. Only reason it'd be hot because of the temp, not you? What are you trying to say, huh? Good starter PC? I mean, I've had a couple of things go wrong with mine. Easy fixes. Kyla, on the other hand, her Skytech PC, it's a little over 3 years old. I guess mine's also 3 years old, but hers is 3 or 4 months older, whatever. Hers has had, like, no problems. But Skytech makes some, like, very nice pre-built, affordable PCs you can get on Amazon. But, like I said, keep in mind, mine has had a couple issues. Sounds good, Ty. Tag me, too. Whenever, because I'll forget. What is the map? This is Te Awaroa. Came out, beginning of 2021, if I recall. Dang, dude. Oh, it was the second shot that got him. That's a 268. We've had a 267.7 or something, round up to 268. A 270 and a 268 today. Where'd that great one know? We know that chair is smelly. It's not true. I refuse. Jeez, it's hot out? Yeah. Hot as the devil's armpit, but it does make jalapenos and stuff. I think that's dryness more than heat, but whatever. Makes hot peppers hotter. And we're growing a whole bunch of them. Am a fan. You couldn't pay me to live in Arizona. It's too hot, and I've heard they have strict water laws. Like a lot of like arid climate states do, but yeah. Dryness for peppers? Okay. It's rained quite a bit here, so I don't think that's going to be a thing. Still want jalapeno poppers? We probably don't have enough fresh jalapenos to do it just yet, but getting there. Yeah, we're gonna Christian for sure. Oh. I don't think I ever put that on the list. Maybe I did. I wanted to get like little pint jars to do them in. I think it is on the list. Nice, Nate. Oh. Didn't think that would be fleeing. If I had one more shot, I think would have killed it. Now it's dead. I did put on the list. Holy. Functional brain. What a life. Got new underpants today? Legend. Is Deer Hunter Camp on Xbox Series X? It's only on PS4, PS5, and Steam for some reason. I don't know why it's not on Xbox, but I hope that changes. To a Bass Pro? Wait, what glasses are we getting from a Bass Pro? Arizona's chill because of the dry heat? Yeah, it's true. Still hot. Like, still very hot. But not humid. Heart of a near Bass Pro, Morgantown, West Virginia, I think's the closest one. Meta Ray-Bans? They sell those? I just wouldn't have expected that. What are your thoughts on April 20th? Pretty good day. Pregnancy craving meta glasses. Oh yeah? Is that what that is? I'm not behind? What is this? Get humid during monsoon season? That makes sense. You just left their Bass Pro? Well, were there meta Ray-Bans or whatever? Arizona's still 110, right, yeah. That's still, like, that's a lot of degrees, you know what I mean? What constitutes a degree, anyway? Is it just an arbitrary amount of distance that Mercury would move, or was it supposed to be like an amount a human could feel? I have no idea. Alright. Another one. Harrisburg Bass Pro is that much further away, you gotta go to West Virginia? Yep. Yeah, Harrisburg's further. I don't know by how much, but it's further. It is funny though, if you take the back roadway into the Morgantown Bass Pro, the roads, like the second you pass through the PA border, the roads all of a sudden get really good. And this is that same thing I was talking about the weather, like, you know, every state is like, we have the worst roads. They're all potholes. Like, yeah, it turns out the whole country has terrible roads, actually. But, I did find it hilarious the second you got into West Virginia, it's actually nice roads right there. I have not seen it yet, Justin. What map? We're on Te Awaroa. Oh, gotcha, Colton. Kills, we should be 2100, 2150. Somewhere in there. We're blasting through them. Biggest fallow diamond I've ever gotten. I messed up a 270.49 last week. I don't know if that was the biggest one. Obviously, that's not a diamond, but should have been. I have 5 that were over 270, counting that one I messed up. 4 of them, actually, I made a good shot, including today, 270.14, was it? So we'll have to check. If we end up back in the trophy lodge today, we will take a peek at what we have mounted. Yeah, we had a big 5 again, so let's just kill the 1. What's up, JD? Going pretty decent. We've killed some monsters today. 3 over 267.7, 1 268, and 1 270. Plenty of smallish diamonds, too. I just feel like, you know, it's probably one of these spurts of 5s. Who knows how many more there's going to be, and then we'll go back to nothing for a while, but hopefully just we get a 10 to show up, and that's that. Sounds good, Nate. Did you main menu before this run? I meant to, anyway. It's crazy you say the road to Morgantown is good, because whenever I go to Pittsburgh, the roads are so much better. At least, like, 376 and stuff ain't bad. But I think it's fairly newly redone. But like I said, it's more the back roads and stuff. Most, like, the highways and stuff are usually pretty good. A lot of places you go. But a lot of the back roads, usually not so much. Have you got your beaver yet? No. I don't know why they're such haters, man. It's amazing. I would have thought that would be one of the easier diamonds to get. But here I am, beaveless and sad. And for the second time in like 3 or 4 runs, fallow buckless at that particular lake. And I guess still sad. Ready for a new map again? Yeah, it's about that time of year, right? Like the new maps, month and a half old, like we probably all have hammered it for that entire time. And now you start to wonder what the next one is. Which is probably unfair to the devs. Like, they just put such a great product out, and we're like, alright, what you got next? But that's the way of it. That big 270, the 270.49 I messed up was in this herd. Hasn't been a buck there since. He was so ashamed that I screwed that up, he left. How about pintail? No pintail luck either. I think, you have 3 diamond beavers? Share. I think pintail might not be too bad if I really would focus on it. But it's kind of like beaver in that you have to be in the right spot. And with beavers, you know, you check those 4 and there's no diamonds if you're a multiplayer. Well, now what? It isn't like there's a 5th hidden spot. I don't think. You don't know heat till you visited Georgia? I've been down there plenty of times. I've never thought it was too bad down there, but I don't think I'm, you know, low 90s is probably the hottest it's ever been when I happen to be there. I never have had, like, the really bad temps. Assassin, thank you for subscribing. Welcome on in. Your wood duck luck has been crazy. That's what I'm saying. Because wood ducks are on, there's way more of them, I think. And they're in the places I'm hunting anyway. You stumble into them eventually. But pintails, they're really not in those places I'm hunting. So I don't stumble into them. And therefore, I don't have a dang diamond one. How hot here today, Nicholas? I think 84 or something was the high. Which probably doesn't sound that bad, but with no central air in the house, it's hot. Fahrenheit's so confusing. 0 cold, 100 hot. Easy. In Minnesota, it's 115 one day and 40 and breezy the next. This is what I was saying about weather. Like 35 states do that. And for some reason, all of us, like, we say that here in PA too, like, oh my god, it's summer one day, winter the next. Like, yeah, a lot of states do that, actually. Real Phil's 97 on my side of the state. That's gross. Maybe the Great One Beaver's trying to spawn? The Beeve one? We definitely need to hit the peninsula when... Although, we are early this time, so there may have something to... That might have something to do with it. What's our Real Phil? Huh, actually 84. I don't buy that, but... Wood bison definitely the best bison in the game? Oh yeah. It's, you know, I never thought plains bison were bad. Now I kind of do, because the wood bison are so dang good. Think you're gonna get a great one today? I felt pretty good about it there for a while. We still got 2 hours. We've, you know, this has been one of the better streams in terms of big diamonds that we've had. So, you know, if that means anything, maybe. Common sells DSL. Oh boy. That certainly won't start a comment war. How many slimy diamies do you have? I don't have any diamond eels in the angler, so none. Although I guess fish are slimy too. Ah, whatever. Would you like this? Speaking of, would you like to see EW remake the angler? What are the odds you just asked that question, right? Unless, I don't think you had time to type it with the delay. Anyway. I liked the angler. I pretty much haven't played it from the day we found out that it was gonna be, you know, abandoned or whatever you want to call it. The tough thing is, you know, if I could know there would be guaranteed success of the game and it would, you know, have a long-term life like the Hunter Call of the Wild has, then yeah, definitely. I'd be worried that it would be, that it would meet the same fate, and then we're right back where we started. I just turned PSR Fields into PSR Field. Nice. Took the S away. Took the angler out back and dispatched it. Yeah, like, this is what I've said for a long time. People asked for fishing in the Hunter Call of the Wild. And I think for a lot of reasons it was smart to not do that. And to make a standalone fishing game instead. But I think what's clear to me is the demand for fishing in this community is in the game so many of us already have so many hours in and already really enjoy. And I don't know that it's ever going to happen. I don't know that we'll ever see fishing in this game. But I just don't think the standalone fishing thing was ultimately what people wanted. Otherwise, it'd probably still be going. Is the weather bugging? Maybe. Walding at 103 with leathers on. Stop complaining about the heat. you're making it. It'd probably be like 20 degrees cooler if you weren't doing that. Just kidding. It's always a monster that spawns down here. What's up, K-Dog? Fishing Planet does fishing pretty good. Yeah, like, I'm not into, like, the grindy side of fishing games. Which is funny, because I can very much get into the grindy side of hunting games, but if I'm going to play a fishing game, I definitely want to just, like, relax and catch fish. Versus, you know, deer hunting camp, I want to find deer trails. I want to really work to get my stand in the right spot, all that kind of stuff. So probably depending on the person, the grinding and fishing plan is perfectly fine. Anyway, my point being, if I were maybe more into fishing or more into like the grindy side of it, I think I'd really like it. Are there non-tips in deer hunting camp? If there are, they're insanely rare because I haven't seen one. I don't think there are. Hopefully down the line, I don't see why not based on what he's done so far. You know, give me a couple of drop tine racks, like some crazy non-tips. The more racks he adds, basically, the better that game gets, in my opinion. Only streaming to YouTube? Yes. How many kills? Somewhere between 21 and 2,200. You're 3K in, 11 rares, 1 super rare. 11 rares, dang, dude. Nice. I bet on this grind, which is 2,000 kills, we have 5 in a super rare. We had 1 big mellow, I think 1 albino, like 2 pies, and then the super rare, which is also a pie. Don't give Flinter Jr. an iPad when he or she gets 3 years old. Yeah, that is certainly not happening. The phone thing is going to be an interesting conversation because, you know, you want to be like, yeah, you're not getting a phone till 14 or 16 or whatever. I think I was 14 when I got one. But you don't want your kid to be the only one at school that doesn't have a phone. Like, there's a real social dynamic to that, so I don't know how that's going to go. Looking for ultimate hunting? I hope it turns out good. I think it has a chance to be quite good. Hope you get a great one. Fingers crossed. You were 6 when you got a phone? Sheesh. Cell phones were a thing, certainly, when I was that age, but even then, they weren't like, you know, not a lot of people had them. I don't know that my mom even had a cell phone when I was 6. Pretty sure she didn't. My dad only ever got a... My dad wanted nothing to do with them. The only reason he ever got a cell phone was because they went away from radio communication to phone communication where he worked. And then he got a smartphone, and that was just... he complained about that thing and hated it for forever. And then he discovered things like Onyx and Tacticam reveals. Oh, that's pretty cool. You can see, you know, I can look at my property and mark tree stands, all that kind of stuff. Now he likes it. You sound so old there. Oh, when I was a lad, your mother would send you out. She'd say, don't come back till dinner, and she would ring that bell. Oh, if you weren't back there in 30 seconds, oh, you got a lashing. I'll never forget it. You picked your own switch. What a struggle that was. Shot my 4th pintail diamond. Dang, dude, nice. What about cheating? Oh, you're cheating? No. If I was cheating, I'd probably have a great one by now. Leave that alive. Where'd that fellow that was running down? There was like a decent fort here. I just saw a nice one get away. That wasn't even it, but... Oh, there he is. Seen a 4-year-old with a phone? That's what I'm saying, like... I don't know what the proper way to do it these days is, but... Probably 4 ain't it. What's up, Owen? Yeah, Easton, unfortunately, mallard piebalgs aren't rare. What's up, Mr. Biffin? Thank you for the 18 months. By the way, I hope it's fine that I still call you Mr. Biffin. That's how I remember it. Anyway, appreciate you, man. Enjoy the new member badge. But you already have a great one, so you be cheating? Gasp. Do I act like Flampaw off stream? Usually the only time I do the old man voice is if we're driving somewhere and whoever's in front of us is going real slow. Normally my go-to is something like, "Oh, Ethel, I wanted to go for a Sunday drive. I thought we'd go out here and drive the countryside and have a car lined up behind us, you know." Something like that. Oh, I got a big ring on my map when I zoom in. Is that a hint for a great one? No. It's something to do with... I don't know if you're familiar with the Hunter Classic at all, but when you pick up semi-fresh tracks in Hunter Classic, there's going to be a circle on your Hunter mate just trying to show you roughly how old those tracks are. There's something like that with droppings in Call of the Wild, but I don't think it's at all functional, and I think it just almost shows up at random. Can you talk like Trump? No, I wish I could. That'd be a fun impression to do, but I cannot. Just give them a non-smartphone? If anything, that probably, you know, at least at a younger age, that probably is the move. Gotta imagine social media is hard on a real, you know, young kid, right? It's hard on not young kids. Do a better Joe Biden? I can do a little bit of a Joe Biden. It's mostly, though, just like saying the stuff he says. Which now I can't hardly even remember what they were. What did he always say? Like, fact of the matter, and I'm being serious right now. Stuff like that. How many kills? 21, 22. Soda! That's one of my favorite clips ever. I don't know why, but it's just so good. Can't remember what they were. Typical Joe. Yeah, right. Anyway. Yeah, I'm not even... I say that out loud, someone will clip it, Ty, but yep, there was that. What was that supposed to say? You watch South Park? I don't. The new Happy 2? I know you meant Happy Gilmore 2. I have not seen that either. Nice, Carter. Gonna be watching these streams in 20 years with the real Flampaw voice? We're on 95,000 fallow kills. What's gonna give out first, the great one or my lungs? Tips on how to hit the vital spots? I mean, it's a practice makes perfect type of game, you know, like, the more angles you shoot at and the more, you know, spend a little time looking at the harvest screen like, oh, that worked, that didn't. The more you do it, the more you kind of gain an understanding of it. The harvest screen can show you a lot, though. When is the Summer Fiesta Classic video coming? Tomorrow's video is going to be hopefully rounding out the easy mission pack. I say hopefully. I've got them all done but one, and I certainly imagine I can get that other... well, I hit him. Anyway, I certainly imagine I can get the other one done later tonight, but if not, they're mostly done in the video. Nice, Matt. How do you deal with mule deer herders not showing up the zones? Yeah, my mule deer grind did a lot of 1 minute trick, which, if you don't know what that is, you spawn in at the tent and then rest forward 1 minute. I think resting backward 1 minute works too. That would a lot of times like force the herds into their spots. Like, I don't know if that is what you're dealing with. What's up, OG? Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Blood? I bet you we're gonna go for a ways here. Flinter's the guy yapping. Ah, you listen here. I've earned my right. When I was a youngin', oh, the old people would tell me to sit down and be quiet. They'd send me outside to chop firewood. Now these... Wow, that's awfully far away. I can't even see that with my old eyes. Is that a fly? Anyway, I forget what I was talking about now. Why is the nose Sleepy Joe? I don't get it. What do you have for lunch? I had a salami sandwich. Salami and what? Cheddar cheese, I guess. On sourdough bread. How do you manage your solo fallow? I'm grinding solo fallow, and I don't recommend doing it the way I'm doing it. It was the way that I did it back in 2023. I didn't know any better, and I'm just continuing that setup because I'm too lazy to change it, and we're killing 5s a lot. I think, you know, it's going to happen eventually, but... Had a roast beef sandwich? Nice. Ooh, you know what I want to get again? It's stupid expensive, but I like pastrami. It's really good. Really lucky in Classic today. I was playing on Red Feather, shot a piebald whitetail male, scoring 120, and a piebald moose, scoring 99. Nice. I'm always a believer, if there's one rare on a map, you keep hunting, there's another one. Somehow, it feels like there's two so often. And there's yet another example. Nice, man. Welcome back, Nate. Ooh, muley burger? That sounds excellent. We did, deer tacos on... When did we make them? Friday night after the stream? They were so good. I think we're doing tomorrow. Wait, tomorrow? Might be Wednesday. We're gonna do some backstrap. I'd like to do like chicken fried backstrap. We shall see. Didn't SPR add a new map? Oh, PSR maybe? Yeah, they added like a hardwood map. I don't know. I hunted it a little bit. I didn't care for it personally, but that's maybe just the way I hunt didn't work well. You gonna be flam pop by the time you get the great one fallow? May well be the case. Livers and gizzards for dinner? That probably grosses a lot of people out, but we ate many a chicken liver and gizzard in my day. Are you the better cook? Depends. If it's like, I think this is in a lot of relationships, but if it's like meat stuff, like steaks, backstrap, whatever, usually I'm better at that. Kyla's way better at like doing something that involves a lot of stuff together, you know what I mean? What combo? If we could get gold big typical rack, I would love it. Love chicken liver. It's hard to get over the texture, but it does taste pretty good. Gonna head out. Sounds good, Avery. We'll catch you later. Appreciate you hanging. But who is Flinter really? Good question. Next deer hunting camp video, probably Friday. We'll see. There's a chance I'll do something else, but I'm probably going to hit deer hunting camp again this Friday. And then I imagine I'll start to veer back towards like the season and stuff until deer hunting camp gets an update again. Because I do feel like in deer hunting camp, I've achieved most of what there is to achieve. Like I've shot a 200, I've shot two 200s in a season. Shot it with a bow, shot it with a muzzleloader. I don't have one with a rifle, do I? No, but you know, that'd be the easiest one to get. There was that kind of piebald looking deer, which I didn't see that it was a piebald, I only noticed in editing. And I want to maybe try to actually kill one of those and see what the heck that was. But other than that, I don't have a lot to do until there's like an update again. Just a chill guy? Oh dear. So she's good at making dinner, you're good at making one dish? Well, I can, like, if I'm doing, let's say, steaks or backstrap or whatever, I can do sides perfectly fine. I'm talking about like she does chicken tortilla soup, for instance. And there's like a whole bunch of stuff to that. Like I can do things that are a one thing. Like I can make steaks, and I can also make on the side like green beans or whatever we do with that, or like little roasted potatoes and stuff. But if it's all together, usually that's not my forte. Found a trail cam SD card? Oh! Yeah, that one I don't think works, so it's okay. But, is it the not the stealth cam one? Whoops. My bad. Shot an albino bighorn. Nice. Just make a joke? Nah, I know. But I was just explaining. Just admit you can't make Kraft mac and cheese? I would never pay for Kraft mac and cheese. Great value all the way. It's like 58 cents a box. It's elite. Well, it didn't work before. I'm very sure it ain't gonna work now. Streaming for another 45 minutes? Hour 45. We got some time. What is your suggested way to manage your solo fallow? I mean, ultimately, I think... Nice. The best way to do it is, like, stack diamonds or 5s in your main zones and then, you know, shoot the exteriors. But, again, I'm actually primarily grinding solos, which I don't recommend, but I am doing. That's the best mac and cheese. We used to get... What do we call it? It was like SpongeBob. That was probably Kraft. We called it like Spongeroni or something. I swear that stuff was a little bit better than regular mac and cheese. I'm back. Welcome back, Parker. Made a pizza one time and got 420'd and forgot to take the plastic off. Oh, no. Yikes. I've told this story on stream before, but one time... I don't know why these events happen, but I was probably playing the Hunter Classic or, who knows, Rocket League or something. And my dad calls me like, come down for lunch, and I come down there, and my brother had made like a frozen pizza. But actually, they were having something else that I wouldn't eat. Because I'm probably still a little picky now, but definitely picky back then. So he'd made me a frozen pizza, and like... I sat there and I was eating, and my dad goes, "Are you going to thank your brother for that?" And I said, "Thanks for the rock." Like, it wasn't burnt or anything. But we still laugh about that. Just, you know, that whole brotherly thing. Can't give anybody credit for nothing. What's up, Kent? Welcome back in. Such a meanie, and, you know, he just said the same thing. Just joined, how's it going? Killing a lot of 5s today. We just had another troll a second ago. We caught 270 earlier. Couple of 268s-ish. Just need a 10. Edible rock. I made them one time. This is in my apartment too. It was like 12:45 at night. So, you know, normal people are sleeping. But, you know, real gamers, that's when you get the most done. You know what they say. So, I was editing a video, I think, or about to. And I also hadn't eaten dinner yet at 1 a.m. And I was making... I forget if it was chili or what. And then I threw breadsticks in the oven. And then I sat down and I got to editing and I completely forgot about them. And way later, couldn't tell you, I think close to an hour. You know, that thought finally dawned on me like, oh, I had stuff in the oven. And like an idiot, I opened it. Like I should have just turned it off. Smoke went everywhere, set off the smoke alarm, which I believe went off for the entire apartment. Again, 1 a.m. Awesome. So that was good. Nobody ever said anything to me about it, but I'm sure they knew. Have you ever played Ready or Not? I have not. Looking pretty average. I like that if we don't check here, you know, super rares and stuff show up, but when we consistently check here, there ain't much. Spawned a great one, Fallow? Nice. What combo you got? Microwave version of what? I missed something. Was that a buck? Nope, I'm losing it. Anyway. Can't tell fur. Gotcha. It's the elk rack, though. Not bad. Want to say golden? Nice. What is one thing you really hate about the game? The lack of anti-cheat and stuff, I guess. You know, running into hackers and stuff in multiplayer a lot's annoying. Not a big fan of the inventory system. Like, this stuff is not terrible, but it could be better. But really what I'm talking about is, like, in the storage cache thing. There's so many guns now, you gotta scroll forever. And yeah, I know you can collapse the thing, but... maybe I'm looking for a gun that's at the bottom of it. Like, it could definitely be better. You should definitely do that, Kyler. And the carrots. Still waiting for my Great Mule to spawn 2,500 in? Have you tried asking him nicely? Maybe I'll try asking my Fallow nicely. Please, Fallow. I'm sick and tired of level 5s. I would like to see one, you know, maybe like twice that level. Something like that. I ate your great one? Gasp. Got a while if these carrots ever grow? Yeah, I hope we get something out of them. The gunplay in general is bad? Meaning, like ballistics and stuff? I never want to get to a point where I'm shooting diamonds with 300, so... Oh, jeez. I don't even think I got that. I surely did not. Might have just saved it. I don't know. I don't want to track that if I even get it. I can get these. Think you missed? No, I would never do that. Have you tried to ask the beaver nicely to show up? Many of us have learned you do want to ask the beaver nicely. So yes. What's up, Michael? Missing any diamonds? Beaver and pintail. Slocked them? Stinky beavers? Jeez. What a moment in time that was. You pray to the beef gods? I haven't tried that one just yet. I think part of my problem is while I'm there, I'm also praying for like rare Manitoban elk and rare wood ducks and all that kind of stuff. At least 2 per animal. Alright, come on, give me credit. It's 3 per animal. Have you asked Northern Pintail nicely? No, I'm kind of rude to them, to be honest. Need to make new night vision binos that are the blue color instead of the green. Same as the scope. That would be nice. You shooting that tiny level 2 is hurting me deep inside. Well, this is, so like, I realize it's a solo, so like, arguably I should leave it, but this is my main spot, so everything dies. Have you watched Dexter? I have not. The piebald Manitoba elk are so cool. The cows and the bulls. Like, the bulls are really neat with, like, the pink nose and stuff. The cows almost look leucistic. They're really nice, too. Favorite map is Ski Ridge, indeed. Doing a fallow grind, and one of my zones is the lake. What? Which lake? Piebald wood bison look amazing. They almost look like leucistic or something at a distance. Beaven? Beaven Beacon? Y'all launching off the mountain was really funny. I love, like, you know, goofy physics and stuff in games is just so much fun to mess with. So tell me how I goofed this shot at like 120. Oh, it was 200. That might have been why. But then no problem at 340. Can't make sense of that one. You shoot every buck in your main zones? Yes. Streaming on Friday? Indeed, that'll be over on Twitch. That's twitch.tv/FlinterGaming for anybody that doesn't know. Probably, you know, either beaving or fallow grinding, depending on the result of the next hour and a half. On my fallow grind, by far best herd management, averaging a 5 every 16 kills. Nice. I am not averaging that. That's a weird carp. Have you hit up support about that? Like, it feels like there's something with your save file that's screwed up, and I bet they can look at it and they'll probably have you zip it and send it to them. What time on Twitch? It'll be 1 p.m. Eastern on Friday. 1 to 5. The reason the Friday streams are earlier, they used to be 2-hour streams. And I used to stream till 3. And then, like, I'd drop everything and go hunting. Normally in hunting season, I start pushing the streams around like, yeah, we're going to start at noon today and go till 3 so I can drop everything and go hunting. But since we do 4 hours now, for the rest of the year that's not hunting season, 1 to 5. Oops. What do you think is a fun grind because I quit my mule grind? Pheasant's different. I think it can be fun, but, you know, depends on the person, I guess. It sounds like it's driving Eddie nuts. What's up, Cody? Yeah, the albino wood bison carp are kind of weird, huh? Who do you have on your fantasy team right now? I don't do like a dynasty league or anything, so we haven't done our 2025 fantasy draft just yet. Probably gonna do it in the next 2-ish weeks. I like to do it with like a week or 2 left of preseason. Because, you know, guys get hurt and stuff, and nobody wants to lose because their first overall pick got hurt in a preseason game or something. Pretty, you know, they hardly play preseason anymore, but still. Oof, that was awfully close to shooting Carlos or whoever that is. Anybody remember his name? I forget which one that is. Is there any HM for pheasant? You can, like, you can try to leave, you know, minimum weight estimate 0 to 1 kg roosters, but it's just so tough to get all those as your, like, solo exterior pheasants. And on top of that, like on Tall's Weason, seems to me you can't get enough low-level ones to really make a giant impact. It could probably help, but not a massive impact. If my save file is corrupt, do I need to start a new game? Because I'm level 60 with over 10,000 harvests and a Great One Whitetail. I would hope not. It might not be that your save file is corrupt. It might just be something weird that, like, you know, the startup sequence doesn't like. If your save was corrupted, it should say that when you launch as opposed to crashing. Is there... I mean, I guess that one. Not the most impressive selection of Fallow. Bonk. Paco sounds familiar? Hey, JTAC. I'm a giant impact? Is that right? What'd you think of that pack, huh? I can play for like... Oh, you can play for like 10 minutes and it crashes and happens on all the maps? There might be something with your hardware it doesn't like to. That's a weird issue. How rare is a 345 mule deer or the older models? I don't know how high they would score. I remember you'd get 340s. It was that backwards rack. So I don't know exactly how rare they are. They had to be big. Hey, thanks, Dawson. Validate the save file? Maybe? You're talking about the validate the integrity of files on Steam, though? If you see a rare and it's a female that has no score, are you shooting it? Yes or no? The only time the answer is no is if there's like a diamond or something behind it. Otherwise, yeah. Bring back the 22 versus everything series? 22 versus everything as a series is an interesting idea. So, like, what do you do for, you know, probably just eliminate class 1 things, because of course, like, what's the point of that? That's just a regular hunt. What do you do for fox, right? Because it's not going to be hard to kill one. Maybe the thing is... kill them at a range or something? I don't know. Trying to send a text to my phone's not liking it. Any tips for a latent whitetail grind or videos I can watch? I know next to nothing about latent whitetail. Like, they've completely changed since I even grinded them there, so I imagine Scarecrow at least has like some videos or streams doing it. Because I think he grinds on latent. I don't know if he has a guide for it. He might. Almost at 500 people, by the way. Appreciate you guys. Watching any other sports? Pretty much just NFL football. I'll watch college too, like if it's on. And you know, it's a Saturday because there aren't any NFL games to watch. But I don't follow it religiously. Like, at any given time, you could ask me who are the top 12 teams, and I I might be able to get most of them, but not in order or anything. Reinstall the game, that's an option. Tell him it's only fair I get my meta glasses. I like how he didn't acquiesce to that. Whose side's he on? The discount code was pretty convenient, though. Still nothing new showing up here. Just got a diamond kudu? Nice. Crow has multiple guides for latent whitetail. Well, there you go. 22 versus a herd of bison. Never get Breb again. Gasp. Baseball's so boring. I like watching it if, like, there's a bunch of people around that are into it, you know? If you're just, like, I can sit by myself and watch a football game and just have a blast. But for baseball, like, I gotta have a couple other people that are interested, and then it's fun. What's the difference? I don't know. Pace of play, whatever. If you're playing deer hunting camp, you can use the trail cams as makeshift trophy shots. But you can't place them in season, can you? So you just have to have a deer die right in front of it? Or is that not true? I don't think you can place them in season. Woo. Okay. Baseball sucks, it takes too long. Well, they put the pitch clock in and it really has sped up the games, but it's still slow. Hey, Robbie, what's up? NFL and soccer? Football and football? Aimbot back on? Yeah, oh my goodness. Haven't had them over there like that in a while. They used to be like this, ironically, like when I got my Great One Fallow, they would stack in here like this. Alright, I think we can kill the one on the right and not spook the others. And then, that's a 5. It's a troll, and we're trying to kill them all, so let's load up here. What would be ideal is if 2 or 3 of them drink at the same time. There's 2. Hang on. We'll time this up, it'll work. You drink. Now you. Bruh, that, I screwed that up so bad. I shot over the one, and then as soon as you miss one, it just throws you off. How many kills? I would say we're probably closing in on 2,200 by now. That was still bad, jeez. So, well, maybe the aimbot's back. That one got away, but could have been worse, I guess. 70s towards the weekend? Yeah, it's gonna be. Get some stuff done that needs done outside, you know? Haven't gone to any NFL games, but I've been to a soccer game. I've never been to an NFL game either. I've been to quite a few Pirate games. Acid Knight, he's a Dolphins fan. The Steelers play the Dolphins in Pittsburgh. Week 15, I think. We were talking about maybe going to that game, but it's a tough time of year for me to be able to go. Like, I don't know if we're traveling to Georgia or not this year. If we're not, I can definitely go. If we are, I got videos to make. We shall be making chili or soup when it's in the 70s. I'll eat deer chili. Just don't put cinnamon in it. Is it true what you and the missus are expecting? Indeed. There's the thing. Excited about that. It'll be February, so it's probably both in terms of like job-related things as far as, you know, new content coming out, and also in terms of hunting season. Couldn't ask for a much better month, so that has worked out. Do you know any soccer players? Yeah, me and Ronaldo are tight. Nah, I mean, I know of some. I'm sure that's what you actually meant. Does Zoltan Ibrahimovic still play? I knew him. Not personally, of course. Ronaldo, Messi, that's about the end of it. Those are the ones I knew. Super Bowl, baby? Yeah, so, like, it's early February, so the Super Bowl will be afterwards. Therefore, she'll be able to stand there, hold, like, a couple-week-old baby, and be like, look, there's Aaron Rodgers. He's leading the game-winning drive right now. That's definitely going to happen. Should teach Flinter Jr. how to play Call of the Wild. I have no idea how any of, like, the video game stuff is going to be handled. Like, that's going to be a fun thing to figure out. Because how do you tell a kid you get, like, you know, X hours of screen time per day or per week or whatever, and then my job is to sit here and do this? Like, it is going to be very interesting to figure out how the heck we're going to do that. Flounder is so amazing you're pregnant. I know, like, what a world. Who would have thought? Thanks, that one. And Matt as well. Would you go to a World Cup? No. It's just too much going on for me. And, you know, not a big soccer fan anyway. Your birthday's February 8th? Maybe the same day? Maybe. Don't need to be influencing the little one to be delusional Steeler fan too early? Are you saying that I shouldn't buy him a Steeler onesie? I almost bought Shadow a Steeler thing the other day. There was, it was on Marketplace, I think. It was a little Steelers dog thing. It was like $10, and I'm like, They make a TJ Watt one. That's the jersey I wear. Shadow and I could match. Thanks, gamer. Are you gonna carry the baby like a seahorse? Yeah, they tell me that's the way to do it these days. I prefer cups in my cabinet. Way more interesting than pro soccer. I got a cup shaped like a dino. That's pretty cool. At this rate, Boston, who knows? Shadow could rock that. Me and Shadow could definitely match in TJ Watt jerseys. You know what's really dumb? Like, this actually kind of annoyed me when I saw it. I believe it's on the actual NFL site. What do you actually... Where do you buy jerseys? Whatever. The official, like, place to buy, like, officially licensed NFL gear, let's say. You buy, like, a TJ Watt jersey. It's like $130 or something these days. I think. Or maybe it's $100 for, like, a regular one. The dog ones are like $20. And I get it's for a dog, but... like, it seems like you'd sell less of those. Therefore, like, you don't make them in as big of a bulk. Like, I don't know. It seems kind of weird. Seems like they're artificially inflating the price or something. But the NFL would never do that. That can't be. They would never charge a ridiculous rate for a jersey. Fanatics? Is it? Oh, boy. Fanatics is known for quality, that's for sure. Do an IRL video of the football game? I don't know how willing I'd be to film stuff in public, but maybe. Is there a release date for Baby Flounder? It's not 12/12/25. Flinter knows Tom Brady. I mean, we do share a first name, so. He's the original TB12, but I'm also, well, I'm not TB, I guess. TF12. Get that Flantro in there. That's a decent one. I feel like we ought to just kill one of these. What's the highest estimate of these baby ones? 141. Probably that one. Vlogging with Tyler. Can you imagine the stuff that you'd have to cut out? Because he is just no filter on that lad. Do a YouTube video with a football YouTuber? I always thought, like, there was a chance. Oh, this is 4 or 5 years ago. When Juju Smith-Schuster was with the Steelers, because I was like, Schuster Army, Juju Smith-Schuster, he's already on YouTube and stuff. Maybe that could be a thing, but... And then I got to thinking about it. It's like, this dude plays like Fortnite and stuff. I play Call of the Wild. I just don't think that's going to work. Nice, Miranda. What levels do Great Ones respawn as? Is it only 5s? What do you mean by that? I don't think so, but I don't fully understand the question. Agreed on a name yet? We don't even know the gender, so. Not yet. It won't be Taylor Swift, though. Loaded into an Ski Ridge multiplayer, had a max level female beaver. It trolled, might have ruined my year. Oh, that sucks. That would ruin my year, too. I feel it. That's a nice one. 2 nice ones. Such is the nature of grinding solos, but sometimes they're here, sometimes they ain't. Flinter learns to play Fortnite. Got one. There's like 4 people that have seen the video that I'm referencing. You know, all sorts of famous people, is that right? Max weight troll. You can with certain, like, usually antlered species. If you're talking about beeves, that shouldn't be possible. Favorite music artist? Probably Luke Combs. Yeah, I know, Matt. She's, like, kept us somewhat, you know, caught up with all the details and stuff, and it's a wild deal. Stole a piebald beaver from my friend, now he won't talk to me? You can't steal a friend's beaver. Like, that's just... That's how that goes. You want a great name? Go with Scott. Scott Norwood. No, that's not good. He missed. Scott Tolzien. He wasn't very good. I'm trying to think of an NFL Scott. Scotty Miller. He's not very good either. Won a Super Bowl. Not a whole lot to do with his contributions. Scott Flantro. There you go. Heard Colton was a cool name. Might be biased. Maybe a little bit. Where'd you get Flinter from? Basically, Flint Abrams in Cabela's Dangerous Hunts 2009. 13-year-old Flantro thought that guy was just the coolest ever. So when I had to make an account for the Hunter Classic, I wanted to be Flint Abrams. That was taken, as was just Flint. So here we are. Don't know why I slapped an ER on the end, but I did. Give me a great one. Lilypad is a cool name. Tim like Tim Tebow. Won't be football related that you know of. I can make just about any name football related. You pick any random name and I'll be like, you could even do the Taylor Swift one. Like, you're named after Taylor Lewan, the left tackle from the Tennessee Titans. He's on Bussin' with the Boys now. Pretty cool podcast. You got no idea where that could go. I hear a car coming in the road, so if anybody's got headphones, there's a chance Shadow loses her mind barking. That dude's flying, too. Maybe Shadow's downstairs. I hope that's the case. Nope, she's not. Yep, there it is. Figured that was coming. What's up, Wyatt? Welcome on in. My best friend is cousins with Brett Kiesel. Oh, that's cool. We always like, he was one of those guys that, like, you know, he didn't get a lot of the credit and stuff, but we were huge Kiesel fans. There was the whole fear of the beard thing and all that. That was yeah, I know. Her, you know, she's 20 whatever pounds, 25 pounds. The volume she can generate is impressive. I did give you a warning though, just saying. No way a great one doesn't spawn with that title. I thought we were on to something earlier. We were killing some monster diamonds. I forget if it was 2 max weight or 2 that were like 99 plus and 1 max weight, but we had a 270. A lot of nice ones. Just no great one yet. Troy for Troy Polamalu. That the Steelers' first round pick last year was, I think, named after him. Troy Fatanu or whatever. Named after him? No, maybe he was just happened to be named the same thing, and that's why he was his favorite player. Something like that. Arzina after the 300? Oh, dear. Dad, why am I named Arzina? Well, there was this game I used to play. It's really cool. I don't know about that one. She's next to you. Hopefully she stays there. Crazy that you got a 270? I've had 5. I messed one up. Like, I've had no issue getting 270s. A Chowini? Who, Shadow? Oh, Harmon. Chihuahua wiener dog mixes bark is deafening. It's just always like... I guess probably on some level it makes sense, but something that small to be able to be that loud is just amazing. What, little taco? I hope you don't get a great one so I'm not suffering alone. Misery loves company, right? It's just small dogs. I mean, big dogs are loud too. Like not that our neighbor's dog's a big dog. He's a Basset Hound. So he's, I don't know, 45 pounds, something like that. And I don't know that he's louder than Shadow, but goodness, he barks a lot. Name your child Fabled? Oh dear. Or Foulbed, like the one poor bear. Name them Irish Elkrack. Hounds are loud? Yeah. In reality, I guess most dogs are loud. How do you not get dead zones in your zones? I'm doing Fallow on Tay also. By the way, the NHL is fun to watch. Tripods and at least somewhat careful, paying attention to that. Getting a little bright up here, but I just really try to be disciplined. I know I just shot that one not in a tripod, but I try to be quite disciplined about that. Anything so far? Bunch of 5s, no rares, no great ones. I'm looking for the first half of that, J-Tack. You're talking about Broderick Jones, though? That could be trouble. We have some money still. Could we go out and sign somebody? Better yet, how do you feel about playing left tackle for the Steelers? I would do it, but, I'm busy. Had a bull mastiff once. He was the quietest dog ever. When we first got Shadow, I thought she might not bark. She would never bark. She would do little whines, stuff like that, but she did not bark. And I was like, I don't think this dog barks. Nope, she surely does. She learned how. Need some depth. We need a, what was that dude's name? Doug Legurski. Awesome football name anyway. But he played like every position on the O-line. Thoughts to add silencers for grinds so you don't have to use tripods. I don't think I'd mind that. That would definitely be a change. Let's see who this is. Imagine that's a great one and it spawned in the worst spot ever. He'll come up like this side, I think. In the meantime. Did I main menu? I don't know what I did or didn't do. It's amazing how that works, K-Flow, isn't it? Combo / kill count from Muley. 2,812. Milky Way. Sackrack. Anything good? Been gone? I don't know if you were in here for that 270 we killed, but that was pretty nice. Well, great one. Do you think I should go for after the fallow? If you own a Ski Ridge, I thought the mule deer grind was a lot of fun. Can maybe do that. Oh, I got it. Name our kid Arthur. Arthur. And then every time that they want a toy, we just need money. What's up, Hunter Man? Is the hog challenge done? I think. Yep. I killed a whole 38. To be honest, I Felt like I shot more than half of them. Oh, I did shoot way more than that javelina, but a lot of them I didn't pass the harvest check. That's a floater. That's what we like to see. Just excellent. Woo. That was kind of loud. Killed a grand total of 1. Wow. I really don't like a ski. It feels like a mix of Leighton and Medved. I think it's the good parts about both of them, personally. Just spotted a giant level 5 Manitoba elk. That's what we like to hear. Stampede. Yeah, they're louder than the dang wildebeest. Hunter DD33. Oh my. You had bows to shoot? You like that lift? Is that what you got? What are you going to name your kid? We don't even know the gender yet. I have no idea. King Arthur. So, what you guys want to talk about? Milky Way Typical is one of my most wanted combos. Yeah, it's a good one. I could not name my kid Hunter, I don't think. I don't mind the name Hunter. Name him White Monster Energy? Oh dear. Who won the event? Does anybody actually win? I don't know. Thanks, Hardy. Dad, why am I named 182-inch whitetail? You know, there's some things you learn when you grow up. They should make a map where there's only animals that can go aggressive. Could be kind of neat, I guess. Although, I don't know, that might be a pretty linear experience after a while. Like, oh, hey, look, another thing charging me. Shocker. So, we killed 2 here, and we once again have 1 back. Alright then. Seen any nice bucks? A couple that I'm fairly optimistic about. Nothing that I'm like, you know, that's an absolute giant kind of thing, but something I think are going to be pushing 130s in that area. Name him Mark Sanchez. What do you mean if you know, you know? Butt fumble? Thoughts on Great One Mallard? I just think grinding for Waterfowl Great One would be the most boring, lame thing ever. Because you have to kill every member of the flock to get respawns. Therefore, the grind would be A or multiple setups. Tripod, like let's say 250 meters away from the decoys and picking them off one by one with like the 22. Got a 10 point, nice. Nice, Andre, that's pretty good. 2017 Case Keenum. Is that the Minneapolis Miracle? I couldn't think of the name of the play. Watching that live was pretty cool, by the way. Tips for the flea and coyote mission? That was about the only one I did first try. I just called it in, I let it get to like 5 meters, stood up, and then just blasted it with buckshot. Name him Cash? Name's Cash. Johnny Cash. No duck they can make worth that hassle. It'd have to be a pretty bird, you know what I mean? People are getting creative with names. I know, like, Jay. What a stupid name. Oh, wait. Watching it live was cool for everyone but us Saints fans. Fair enough. Saints caught the short end of the stick a couple years in a row. That was a self-inflicted one, courtesy of Marcus Williams? Whatever his name was. But then the whole Bradley Roby, pass interference, no call, and then they lost to the Vikings again with a Kyle Rudolph touchdown in overtime. Like, they might have won a couple more rings there if not for a few plays, but you could say that about a lot of teams. But letting this guy pay full price next time. Who names their kid Thomas? What do you want them to be? A train? I know, right? How stupid. $577 Tyrannosaur. Wouldn't mind loons being in the game? I've run into a couple of loons in multiplayer in my day. Jay actually isn't my name. Is it Jarls? Bet it's Jarls. Why my name Lapua? Losing the Vikes was payback for purposely injuring Favre? You know, fair. Forgot about that. Go old Greg Williams. That was it. I think that was his. I don't know if it was his idea, but he got the punishment for it, didn't he? Or maybe Sean Payton did. Is it okay to leave max weight 2 whitetails for herd management? Is it okay to leave max weight 2s? Oh. Like to stack them, kinda? Is that the idea? We might need to start spawning on the other side again. There's a ton that are spawning on this end. We started coming here because nothing was spawning over here. And now that we're here, they're all over the place. That looks pretty good. Well, if you're not going to spook, buddy, I appreciate your contribution to my sanity. Oh dear. I don't appreciate that guy's contribution. It's gonna be cool, Jason, for sure, to see, you know, where all that stuff goes, and I think all the time about starting out, oh, another 5, starting out in high school, and now to where we are 10 years later. I think we might have got that. Anything good this stream? Tons of 5s. We just had 2 5s at the same spot here, but we have yet to find a rare. A lot of nice diamonds. When will the Summer Fiesta mission video be out? I'm doing the easy missions in tomorrow's video. Now, I did do some of them on stream already, so they're not all in there, but I read about half of them, I think. Just killed my first big deer on deer hunting camp. Weighed 180 pounds, scored 161. Nice, man. Somebody posted a picture in the Discord today of what looked like a big 9, and it wasn't that new 9-point rack because it was on console. So, like, they haven't had the update. But I swear I haven't seen the rack before. Any new video ideas? I still have that thing I've been wanting to do for months now. That I just haven't gotten around to doing. I don't want to tell you what it is because I think it's going to be fun. I was thinking the other day of trying to manage another choose your own hunt, but man, I don't know when I would do that or where I'd find the time to do that. It was, you know, one of my favorite things I've ever made. And a lot of people have really enjoyed it, but could I do it with today's Call of the Wild? Probably, but it would take some effort. Also, I'm adding a 6mm range rifle, semi-auto, class like 2 through 6. Would it be very different from the Quist Reaper? Are you still playing the season? I'm hoping to get back to that in the next week or two. I might do deer hunting camp again this week, and then I want to jump back into the season. Like, I know there's been a ton of updates. I might not mess with the turkey hunting as much, just because it's not spring anymore. But, yeah, there might be another. There were 3 5s here. That's a troll, but anyway. There might be new wall hanger racks that are in the game. I got no idea. I know a lot of stuff's been added. Thanks, Frog Juice. Early February. Doing choose your own hunt on Sooner would be cool. Yeah, you could play tigers into it. Snowies and all that. The biggest thing is, right? The goal would obviously be, like it was with the Medved one, multiple different endings, and ideally each different ending has some sort of trophy, a rare, a diamond, whatever. And that would then mean I gotta hunt Sooner Baton, find potential diamonds, leave them there, come back for them eventually. It can be done. Takes a lot of pre-planning and stuff. Like, I didn't hunt Medved for a month or two while I was in the process of, like, shooting stuff for respawns, hoping that, you know, I'd get a level 5 reindeer, which I did, actually. Stuff like that for the video. But there's enough maps in the game now that I guess not hunting a map for a month isn't a huge deal. Imagine if we got a new lodge in the September update. That would be fire. Jeez. A lot of nice ones. You got a leucistic kangaroo? Yeah, that's the only rare kangaroo I've killed, actually. Maybe so, Brady. This game needs the 4-bore? 4-bore and 7 years ago? Sorry. Big 2-floor Texas-style range lodge. As much customization as they can pack into it, too. Like, let me customize what plaques go where. Let me customize the terrain on the platforms. Maybe even, you know, customize what's on the wall. Like, do I want some decor here? Do I want a plaque here? Like, all that. Great One Cape Buffalo, new Africa map, and a bigger trophy lodge. That may see higher heights than, you know, the days of... I mean, Ski Ridge was pretty darn hype. What do we think was like peak Call of the Wild? Silver Ridge Peaks? I mean, peak. Yeah, kinda works. I want a wall of only birds? Yeah, you know what? I hated that idea a long time ago, but now that I'm like chasing the rares and all that kind of stuff for waterfowl, I kind of like it. What's up, Ollie? What great ones do you have? I have one of every species, and then I have a second black bear, a second pheasant, and a second mule deer. I'm trying to get a second fallow right now. He just hasn't been really kind. Next great one, Hogzilla. I just hope if they ever did Hogzilla, like, it's huge. Not like, yeah, that one's a little bigger than a wild boar. I want it 3 times the size of a wild boar. The Gamer Goats, thank you for the super chat, man. Thank you so much for the support. Really appreciate that. Guacandia, love your channel. Much appreciated. Would love a great one access. That could be cool. SRP was definitely peak Call of the Wild. That's also when I started playing. I just remember the hype being insane. It's funny, you know, like, Mule Deer were in the game, right? Mule Deer got added with Parquet, as I recall. They might have gotten a little... They got Truex not long after SRP. I'm trying to remember if they did any model things with them. But anyway, like the Mountain Goat were a huge deal, and Pronghorn. And things that have since got a model redo that look amazing now. But we were thrilled with them at the time. Tips on dealing with burnout. I grabbed a moose for latent trophy cabinet, and it's starting to wear me down a bit. I'm pretty goal-oriented in the way I play the game and how I try to avoid burnout, but, you know, I typically don't spend days on end chasing the same goal. Like, I'm going to grind fallow today, and I won't touch them again until Friday, you know? In between, I'll chase other diamonds and rares in multiplayer, so maybe kind of switching up what you're striving for. Why don't you do another whitetail grind? If we get this fallow, whitetail are next on the list. All of these years later, maybe we finally get one. Or get another one. Oh my god, oh, that's awesome. Oh yeah, Bighorn were poop. That's true, Hunter Man. Should play Pro Deer Hunter out west? Yeah, I can't find... I can't find where I can get it anywhere. It looks like a cool game. I'd love to play it. I'm sure it's not, like, amazing, but the mule deer look cool. Doing an inexpensive grind. Wish me luck. Hopefully it works out for you, man. Nice pronghorn, by the way. Typical rack whitetail. Yeah, I mean, if we got that, I might scream. I'd be thrilled with drop tine rack. I kind of don't want the stubby rack, personally. Probably anything but that. Anything but that and the rack I already have. Rack and whitetail need a remake. They could use a model touch-up. They're better than they used to be, but still not perfect. How many kills? I would say we're over 2,200 by now. I knew what we were looking at that time. Move. Thanks, Doe. Appreciate you. I think we got it. Those are the two you have? I know. And your stubby one was 333.33 if I recall. Emus in Emerald Coast? Well, they did win the war. They should be there. Whitetail True actually need redone? I'm just, you know, Deer on a Camp kind of has it, but I'm waiting on the day that a game has, like, trophy, you know, big 8s and 10 points and 12 points and stuff. Yeah, somehow we saved that. He ain't bad either, 264. What a great first shot, just smoked. Wasn't even a good second shot, it was just happened to be in the neck. Alright, haven't seen a darn thing down here in forever. Oh, that's interesting, Steven. Is it really wide set? I don't know how else it would... Almost has to be spread. Did they 100-man? Because I don't remember... My recollection is seeing the bighorn, at least in the trailer, and being like, that's pretty good. But it was like a decent 4. One of the only bighorn that did look good. Do you think the server's hacked? I found 4 level 5 Manitoba elk, 3 have trolled, and 1 was guaranteed diamond in 25 minutes. Do I think it's hacked? I would certainly, like, if you're paying attention to the chat in the bottom left there. It trolled? What the heck, dude? That's not fair. It was just a big 2. That's the way to look at it. Anyway. If you're watching the chat in the bottom left, if you're seeing anybody else harvesting, you know, wolves that are plus 1,000, elk, bison at plus 500, like diamond scores, I'd say it's probably hacked. 4 5s is pretty unlikely, but is that impossible? I guess not. Pain Indy. There's the stream where TK was showing off the animals. I streamed SRP with him, but this might have been after. Is 473 kills, 13 diamonds, 3 rares, and 3 trolls good for Fallow? Sounds it. I'd be happy about that. Got a mellow bighorn on the repop at SRP. So they didn't get a repop. That's the funny thing. And they told us they did. But I think, like, bighorn that existed, here's the way that I guess I would look at it. Let's say that furs are based on a random number from 1 to 1,000. They probably don't work that way, but let's say they do. Maybe they pick... We'll just make it really easy. If it's 999, it's albino. If it's 1,000, it's... That was the only rare. Never mind. If it's 1,000, it's albino. If it's anything else, it's common. Well, now they've added a couple of rares, and maybe they choose 512 as mellow. Well, before that was a common. So without a repop, I think it could still become a mellow with that change. I was telling my dad that yesterday, JTAC. We're getting close. Fun times is coming. Crows said they did. They didn't get a repop. I think the furs can change, but I mean, at least unless EW misspoke, they did not get a repop. Got a 238 scoring mellow fallow. Nice. I got a 230 something as well. They look awesome, man. Was it hard to find a leucistic kangaroo? No, but I tripped over it. I wasn't hunting for one. Just kind of happened. Need to buy your second Dota? Yeah, I still haven't done that. Should have done it earlier today, but I did not. If you could go anywhere on Earth to hunt for a week, where would you go? Alaska for caribou. I'd probably like to go for longer than a week, but, you know, I'd go for a day if I had the opportunity. That was just, I mean, could I have moved any slower? Almost got that follow-up on the move. Oh, I popped out a render. Awesome. Why am I not getting any trophies on my muley herd management grind? I mean, depends on a lot of factors, but do you have it, like, really well managed, or are you at the point where you got basically nothing but twos? Guess that's it. That's awesome, Crypto. Glad the videos helped to relax you. Oh, that sucks, Frog Juice. I did something similar with my first 5. Max score for Manitoba and Elk. Somebody, I think, has a mid 490s, 493 or something, so at least that. You guys hear Shadow barking down there? Have you got a Blade Rack Fallow Great One? I only have one Fallow Great One currently, and it's the Irish Elk Rack. Hopefully by the end of today we change that. I don't know what she's yapping at. Just spawned a mellow whitetail? Nice! Big mad. Did you manage to get a great one or super rare this live? Nothing yet. A lot of nice 5s, like, you know, real big. A 270 plus, one of them, but no great ones, no super rares. I think she's barking at nothing down there. Who is your favorite dog? Shadow, of course. Really want a Mocha Irish Elk? Mocha's a neat fur. I don't know what. What a goober. Just go to 923 Saltwater Croc, level 9. Oh my. Boy, that's low, huh? That's wild. But it's a thing? Yeah, I know, right? I thought maybe that guy was leaving the hunting club, but I don't see him. Had a level 2 Pie Muley just sitting in my zone. Did you name him yet? Big Angie, as usual. Definitely barking at a mare. That'd be kind of weird. Spoon rack seems to be the most common. That works for me. I'd take a spoon rack. She's going up there. Why don't you let her out? Oh, up here. Hi. You're not coming up here and barking? Absolutely not. You can burp in the mic if you want. Bleh. Is Willie barking? I don't think I've taken my headset off to listen, but I don't think. Okay. Oh, wait, nope. Still one I gotta claim. Pumpkin pie be good? That is a pretty good one. What's up, Buck? Uncle Buck? Elite movie, by the way. Highly recommend. Max score for Moose? Eddie would know. 301.6 or something? It's 301 and change. Nice, Deegan. Thoughts on Sunday hunting? Did they... So their meeting was supposed to be today. Have they officially added, like, all those other Sundays that they wanted to add in? But, overall... Like, for me personally, I kind of didn't care either way. Like, I kind of liked having a forced day. Where it's like, I might want to go hunting today, but I have to rest. So let's, like, recharge a little bit and we'll get back at it tomorrow. It passed, so they added those 10. Pennsylvania, by the way, Peyton. Anyway, but on a larger scale, I think it's great for hunting overall. Like, you know, the guy that works 6 days a week couldn't hunt Sundays and just therefore didn't buy a license. Now we can go. Now we can buy a license. The Sundays authorized for hunting in 2025 are September 14th, September 21st, 28th, October 5th, October 12th, 19th, 26th, November 2nd, 9th, 16th, 23rd, November 30th, and December 7th. So pretty much everything from the beginning of archery to rifle, but they had said you can't extend a season. So that last Sunday of rifle, or sorry, rifle still ends on the same day. How about that? Ain't nothing to shoot here. I guess we're gonna... Should we just kill 2 of them? I suppose so. Pick the best 2. 5 diamonds so far, Irish. Not bad. So we got 126 high end. Not a lot to choose from. I think these 2. Hope that's not a mistake. Cool, this really excited. I think I'm probably not going to hunt many Sundays, you know, with this change, but if there's a cold front or the November 2nd, November 9th, those ones, like, I'll be out. A level 5 within caribou and they troll, or it trolled. Man, caribou were bad trolls, man. Can't believe you collab with Expansive Worlds. What an opportunity. Oh, the Ski Ridge one? That was a lot of fun. Just lost level 5 blue wildebeest. Do you know how I can find them again? Look where you're at on the map. Maybe screenshot where you're at on the map. Change the time to, like, let's say 7 a.m. That'll be their drink time. And then any lake that's kind of like near where you're at right now, where you last saw them at, check that spot. Oh dear. Hit the wrong buck. Whew. Got that one. Early muzzleloader, I think she's talking about JTAC. What is the max score for coyotes? Doesn't their score go off their weight? Is it 59.6? Hang on. It's their weight in pounds. 27 kg, 2 pounds. 59.5 it is. Is it bad if I killed the level 4 pie muley in my grind? Nah, I'd kill it too. Can you play deer hunting camp later? Not during today's stream, but probably have a video on it this week. Time for nacho cheese Doritos. Nice. On a diamond level 4 male Gensbuck, a multiplayer one time and I just left it because I genuinely didn't know. A diamond level 4 male Gensbuck, that would have been hacked. If you meant female, then sure, but male, hacked. 58.38, that's a pretty nice one. Level 239. I haven't checked this spot in a while. Let's make sure there's nothing crazy going on here. Ever played Dead 2? I've played Red Dead 2. Have you collabed with the Call the Wild creator? Done a bunch of stuff with Scarecrow lately. I haven't done anything with DD33 in a long time, but we used to. Done stuff with Mel. There's probably other videos that I'm just forgetting right now. Do Duskies have a drink time? No, they don't. That one... Do you have a pointer? Like, maybe that's a way to try to get him to find it. Oh my. I'm gonna take 87 chances to get into the tripod. Gonna leave that for now, but I bet we ultimately kill that one. What's up, Rachel? What is the nicest great one you got? I think by Moose. It was the exact combo I wanted, oak fur and the big typical rack, so, you know. After struggling so bad with Moose, I really never did kill very many diamonds or anything. There's a ton of kills, like 6,000 odd kills with very few diamonds along the way. Getting a great one and being the exact combo I wanted was pretty legit. Redhead Dead 3, is that right? Toxie, thank you for subscribing. Welcome on in. Why shoot the level 2 fallow? It's in a shooter zone. Like any of my zones that are shooter zones, usually I'm killing at least 2 per spot, but you know, because I'm grinding solos, which again, not the ideal way to do it, but it's what I'm doing. because I'm grinding solos, I kind of have to make a determination, like, is that one I gotta kill, or is that one that I'm leaving? I knew that was gonna happen. I saw that guy's truck and I thought, maybe if Shadow just doesn't pay attention. Get out of here. Go downstairs. No. My favorite great one, also my moose. Other than muskox and doll sheep, jeez. What are other new species that you want to be added? Marco Polo sheep would be amazing. What else? Alpine ibex, Siberian ibex, any like archhorn ibex, I guess to call them that. Just gonna shut that window on the off chance that helps with the whole barking situation. If there's a soul level 2 in my zone, should I shoot it? It entirely depends on your setup. Probably no. You know, if your setup is the same as my setup and you're grinding solos anyway, then maybe. Thoughts on 4 horn sheep? That could be kind of cool. Aw, Dad could be neat. As long as it didn't make him bark, man. I mean, I'm sure Shadow has made many dogs bark over the years, but nobody likes to listen to incessant barking. A lot of little ones showing up. I hope somehow that means there's a great one on the other end of the lake there. Nubian ibex? I don't think I know what those are. Just let you trot if you don't mind. Well, this was a good plan. Oh, he's dead. What is a Marco Polo sheep? Think of the biggest bighorn you've ever seen, and then larger body and even bigger horns and like curl as well. Does Shadow have a girlfriend? No. Shadow is also a girl. How long was this grind? So far, we're like 2,200 kills in, something like that. For muleys, though I thought I should shoot the solo level 2. I mean, you want your solos like low level generally, so if it's there, I'd leave it. I subscribed and liked as many videos as I could. Well, I certainly appreciate that, man. Thank you. Mid-Asian ibex are the biggest ibex in the world. Horns are insane. Is that a Siberian ibex? It looks awfully similar. I guess it wouldn't be, though. That wouldn't make any sense. Don't know where those came from, but okay. I shoot all level 3 and above? That's what I'm saying. Why would you kill the 2 then? I think you want to leave it. How much longer are you going to stream? About 35 minutes, so we can probably get 3-ish, maybe 4 more fallow runs out of this. I'm intrigued by this whole, like, all of a sudden nothing but tiny ones up here situation. Fastest great one you got? That second bear I got in, like, April-ish was 400 kills-ish. Hopefully a great one soon. Fingers crossed. Siberian tigers, you can put them on Medved, right? What other side should we do? Green beans works for me. Great one lurking? Never know, I guess. I can't believe that got him. That was awfully low. Alright. Mid-Asian ibex are bigger. Okay. I got you. Night, Crypto. Could you name my level 2 piebald mule deer? Let me think here. Can't come up with anything really creative. What about Pilot? On a dry streak right now with the muleys? Yeah, I would kind of go through the same thing with mine, and then next thing you know, there's 5s everywhere. Hey, thanks, Rachel. What's up, Luke? Thank you for the 43 months. Welcome back. I noticed you Great One grind a lot more than you used to. I remember your opinion on them was mixed at one point. What changed? My opinion on Great Ones wasn't really mixed. My opinion on, like, grinding for multiple was mixed. And it was just that I thought it would kind of... I guess my opinion on grinding was maybe mixed. I thought that it would be bad for the game to kill, like, hundreds of diamonds, or even, like, be bad for my experience of the game. Like, I would say for sure, I look at a diamond fallow now, even in multiplayer, and be like, eh, you know, that's cool, I'm gonna shoot it. Don't get me wrong, but it's not the same. Luke, thank you for the 8 months, by the way, welcome back. But I think what it is, you know, we get new maps every 6 months and a bunch of cool species and stuff, so even if some species diamonds lose their luster through grinds, you still have so many more that don't lose their luster. So there's that, and also, it probably looks like I Great One grind more, but I think I grind less. It's just that I grind on stream. But I don't grind at all off stream. I haven't shot an off-stream grind animal since my first muley grind, I guess. And then prior to that, pheasant and fox, I guess. Great Ones are kind of a bummer that you can't really get one without grinding. Yeah, I mean, it's possible, but yeah, it's probably unrealistic to expect to get one. Gonna go live tomorrow? Not tomorrow. Tomorrow I usually record like a couple of videos for the week. Then Wednesday night, 7:30 p.m. Eastern over on Twitch, we'll be doing the Hunter Classic. Thursday I record, Friday I stream again. Have you got a super rare red deer? I have not. My red deer grind, the best I got was a 239 piebald, I think. So close-ish. Not very impressive deers here at all. So shooting those ones did me no good. Just leave them for now. Biggest red for me is a 199.6 piebald. 199 is like a, what, decent 7, I think? It's not bad. Just babies. Maybe with the cooler weather coming up, we can do mini chicken pot pies. Works for me. We'll see, Nicholas. I think we might have to do a peninsula run. I just feel like something's a little off. What's up, Misfits? And there could be a great one hanging out down there. That's the thing. It just feels to me like something's up. We're just not seeing the size of fallow we ought to be seeing. How's the hunt going? Decent. My friend got a piebald crab rack. Yeah, that's what mine was. It wasn't a 9, it was an 8. But could have very well been a 9. All those. Check this side. Great one this zone. Let's see. I do think we'll hit the peninsula if he's not here. Do that. At least we'll kind of know what's going on. And we could probably squeeze in one run after that yet. That needs to die. Kind of interesting they started showing here again. Like, which ones... Is it those ones that I shot a couple runs ago? Want me to alert? Yeah, give it a shot. Nah. Got a 255 mellifallow. Nice. Will zones randomly spawn without pop reset or deleting one? New zones showing up? I think sometimes they do. You know, like bouncer zones and stuff like that can maybe cause it. If you get a great one, take it out with the new lever action. Yeah, some people have suggested that. Some people have suggested using the longbow. I don't know what we're going to do. Is the season on Xbox? It is only on PC as of now. As me, I've watched the last 3 Fallow streams and you haven't seen a 5 one I've been watching. We've had plenty of 5s today too, so you might be on to some. Alright, let's hit that top right lake again. If there's nothing good there, Peninsula Run is needed. Hopefully, SB. Nothing. Just because we're earlier than we usually are. Let's do the old 1 minute trick here. What's up, Hunter? Doing single player today. Hey, Johnny. Can you, like, manifest your Great One Fallow luck for me? Got a Malek gold whitetail when I first picked this game up. Or game back up. One of my favorite things to WoW, I bet. It's pretty dang cool, man. When I get done with football practice, I go to my dad's office and go to sleep watching your vids. Nice. Nothing here? Yeah, something's weird. Peninsula it is. Let's main menu as well, just in case that matters. Testing Fallow right now on my new laptop. Are you testing the laptop or testing Fallow? What map did you do your Great One Red Deer on? Quattro, which was interesting. I didn't mind it. I thought it was solid. But, you know, the lakes were just huge, and it made for a lot of running. Had some claim tents, but, you know, laptop? I figured. Great One signs? I'm hoping, you know. I've talked myself into thinking a lot of things meant a Great One was coming. And, you know, with my whitetail, everything changed, and there he was. But I don't think I've ever had anything like this, where, ooh, something's changing. Could that mean a Great One comes? And then I check the map, and there actually is one. Maybe this is the time it's different. Great One Fallow the Peninsula Run? Is because we're grinding solos, it's absolutely possible. There could very well be one on the Peninsula. Wouldn't be shocked if it's right here either, because when they, when they bounce down here, it's usually big ones. Want to do my Fallow grind on Tay after my Red Deer one, but on Tay, but I don't want to rebuild my zones. I get you. Can take time. Anything good? A lot of fires today, a lot of nice ones. Right now, our Fallow are acting a little funny. So we're checking the peninsula, see if anything happened. It's a nice 4 there. Solid 4 there. Decent one there. Definitely like why some of the Fallow were missing, no doubt. I wonder if he'll float. I surely hope not. Don't float. He's thinking about floating. Some of those racks look kind of wonky. Oh dear. He's coming. That one's got a funny looking rack. Look at him. Weird playing called a lot above 50 FPS and actually using ultra settings. I haven't played on ultra in a long time. When and if I do that GPU upgrade, I will. Oh, nice, Kent. Mine was miserable. 5,600 kills or something, and just... I don't know. Back then, I was still grinding with an ethical weapon, too. That probably didn't help. So I was... you know, tracking almost everything. Shoot them with the M1. They don't run far, but they'd run. So that made it more difficult, too. If you fast travel with 100% float, I'm surprised you didn't, actually. I was in a shed with a very venomous animal yesterday morning. A shrew. What? How many kills all time? Like close to 96k, I think. Over, in fact. So we've, you know, we might be more killing Fallow than thought I. Whatever. Might be killing more Fallow than I thought. A lot of 5s, walking burrito. A lot of diamonds, a 270 diamond, that was really nice, but no great ones, no rares, which is, we haven't had a rare in forever. Now, how are there tracks here? Those are the ones that we just encountered down there. No. Just for memes, I'm going to check something. First one pooped. In force that was managed, went for number 2 and it was around 1200. That's pretty cool. Your great one was pooping. Pop before I was done managing? That makes more sense. My first great one pooped and I knew I had it. How rare is piebald whitetail? Decently rare. I'm gonna try SG. You know, hopefully I notice that I'm getting close to 100K, but just depends on if, you know, if I spend a day grinding on stream and I don't know that I'm close to begin with, might blast right past it. If, you know, if we're getting real close and I'm starting to pay attention, like, let's say we're at, whoops. Let's say we're at 99,500 and the great one shows up. I'd go kill 500 animals somewhere else and try to get number 100,000 as a great one. That could be pretty neat. What kind of extra hundreds could you work in? There's no caliber that's like 100 caliber. 100 meters, sure. I don't know what else you do. How much longer are you streaming? About 25 minutes. You think you'll hit 1 million? I have no idea. Maybe. I think probably in order to hit 1 million, Call of the Wild will have to either, you know, see a second, you know, a Call of the Wild 2, like a second version, or something like that. Or, you know, another COVID. Not that I'm asking for that, but certainly, everybody being, oh, almost shot the wrong animal. Everybody being stuck at home. YouTube, kind of benefited from that. Might be able to bounce down around there and kill that other one. Let's try that. Flinter, huh? Spook radius on tents? 180, I think. Depends if you played as long as you've played Classic. Ow. Wait. What depends if for that? What great one are you hoping to get? Gold for a typical rack. Love your OG Red Deer Grind videos. It's always fun back then, right? Because stuff was still so unknown. So we would just try something. The funny thing is, I attempted to do like a little bit of herd management right before we showed up. And I remember, I think it was in a video, and I said something to the effect of like, I'm gonna leave this small one in case somehow like there's a balancing system that matters. But I had like 4 small ones on my map, which we know isn't enough to influence anything. So it had nothing to do with it, but we almost kind of stumbled into herd management earlier than I think we otherwise would have. Welcome back, Sizzly. Alright, let's hit this area. We gotta reset back. I was referring to you getting 1 million kills. Maybe if you played... Oh, 1 million kills? That would take a long time. I think the question was about 1 million subs, though. Unless I misunderstood. That was a little bit of our problem. They... How did that kill them? They spawned here, which they rarely ever do. What's a great one you want added? I think wolves would be neat. I like the idea of being attacked by a great one. Moose can do it, bears can do it, but like a wolf great one with all of his minions, you know what I'm saying? Like that could be really cool. Whoa, don't fall, buddy. A million kills, you know, I probably would have told you I'd never get to 100,000, especially with grinding and stuff, but I don't think I'll ever get to 1 million kills in this game. It's just so many. Like, to do what I've done over the course of 8.5 years, 9 more times, I mean, that's like 70 years. Now, probably more than half of those kills are in the last 3 to 4 years, as I've done more grinding. But I don't imagine, you know, the amount of kills I'm getting per year is going up as I get older. You know, the arthritis, I can't shoot like I used to. Love all your videos. I watch them all the time. They make me so happy. Well, good, man. I'm glad. Could be the black wolf that leads the pack. Give me like a 250-pound just behemoth of a wolf. Scars, you know, something kind of cool fur. Maybe missing an eye. Blind in an eye. Longest grind? I think bear was the highest kill total. Because it was like 8,000 some, but moose was 6,000 some. That also sucked. Have you croc grinded? Nah. I did shoot a lot of crocs in my single player. I wouldn't call it a grind, but we did like a, what do you guys think? It was a 3-week thing where I was looking for a rare croc or a rare bantang, and then I ultimately got a rare bantang in multiplayer, so what the heck. Yeah, walking burrito, totally agree. Classic has him, but you know. We're saying moose took the longest? Bear was also the longest date range, but I wasn't doing bear for as long. Like, moose probably did take the longest in terms of I'm actually trying to do it. Because, think of it, to kill 6,000 moose, especially, there was no 375 back then, I was hardly doing anything efficient. I can't imagine. I was getting like 15 an hour. What does that even equate to? That can't be completely right. That's 400 hours. I bet it was 200 to 300. 400 seems like an awful lot. Great one, Seekadeer could be cool. Does multiplayer give you more luck? No, the reason I play multiplayer a lot is it's just a fresh experience. So like, you know, let's say I wanted to hunt my Te Awaroa for a video tomorrow. Well, I've been grinding Te Awaroa forever. There might be some cool fallow deer here, but other than that, like every mallard we see during that video, every pig, every goat, they're animals I've seen before on this grind, so that doesn't interest me as much. Whereas if I go to multiplayer, the host may have that exact experience, like I've seen all this stuff, but for me it's all fresh, so it's just more interesting. Maybe I got it backwards, K-Flow, but I think the bears in days was like 660 and the moose was 435 or something. But again, I stopped for bear for close to a year. So it's hardly like I spent 660 days grinding. It was just the days in between. What's up, AI? Stream's going pretty good. We're checking a peninsula run here because our fallow started to act real goofy. It's not looking like there was a great one just hanging out waiting on us. So probably about to get back to it. I think we can squeeze 2 more runs out of it. We'll see. Should kill that. I said, oh, 0 for 300 at 12 meters isn't wise. Hunt for hunger in multi because I want female rares and never shoot females. That too, you know. Like, it's sort of like when I'm looking for rare ducks in multiplayer. Like, unless, and like, admittedly, I get it. If you look at it from the perspective of like, oh, you're going to steal someone else's, like, I guess, but pretty good chance they left as the host anyway, and they're willingly hosting multiplayer. It's not like I'm holding them to a gunpoint, like, host your map, I need to kill stuff. I forgot to check here, right? It just ran down to there. Yeah, I think we missed a spot. Anyway, what I was getting at is, unless I want to sit in single player and monotonously plink off one by one, you know, every duck in a flock to get respawns, I guess I'm just not getting rares unless I go to multiplayer. Spawn 2 Great One Fallow in the same run? That's insanely rare to do. Nice. How many kills? 2,200 or so. Kind of small. I do wish one of these 4-hour streams, I need to pull up the kill total at the start and then check it at the end too and see how many we're really killing per stream, but it does seem to be like in that 250 range. Wrong thing. Oh, this works too. Yeah, I mean 20 in 20 minutes. And right now we're doing the slow part. So probably closer to 250. Alright. Nothing there. Let's do... I already just made menu anyway, so let's do another run. Whoops. Clicking hard. You're good, AI, no worries. You got a 270 score in Fallow? Yep, 270.14 I think he was. He was a nice one. I've had a couple of 270s, or 5 if you count the one I screwed up a week or so ago. Probably one of the lower scoring ones. I have a common 270. I have a couple of chocolates, because the one today was a chocolate. I would love to get a white fur 270. That'd be neat. Because then I'd have all 3, but... You know, as they say, beggars can't be choosers. It'd be awesome to get a great one, too. We're gonna be running out of ammo before we end the stream. Somebody just mentioned a floater, and here we are. Scarecrow got that super rare tar. I saw that. Am I crazy for thinking they're louder than they used to be? Wait. Did we goof that first shot? Because I kind of thought I saw him running away. Yep. Now the good news is we have that floater to wait on anyway. Also got a male piebald level 3 beaver on the grind. I wasn't even shooting them except by mistake. So did you only shoot the females? Like I was trying to do that and the respawns got funny. You had many mellas or albinos from either of your fallow grinds? I have exactly one mela. Fortunately it was a 239. Albinos, 3 or 4, all small. And then I'd say I got 12 to 15 piebalds, 1 super rare. The rest not special at all. Haven't seen a piebald since the super rare. And I bet we're close to 1,000 kills since then. What fur is your great one, black bear? I have a spotted and a glacier. I think it's the one that's typically referred to as Glacier 1. Because there's 2 different glaciers, but... You know. Got a 9 legendary croc next to a piebald croc? Nice. If only they could have spawned to the same animal. Look at that. We're getting down here and he's just floating all the way over. Next to no time wasted. Had 3 diamonds in one zone and accidentally shot them all the way to 300. Whoops. It'll happen. Alright, let's get down to here. See if there's anything actually here, because this is one of the spots where we first noticed things were funny. It's been some tinies. And even as we have shot said tinies, it hasn't helped. Better. Yeah, okay, we got some stuff to shoot. Right at 4k kills in my fallow grind, I have 16 piebalds. I've kind of, you know, since I did my first fallow grind, I've always thought piebald fallow were certainly more common, but man, for a little while now, they've been hiding from me. Is Mr. Black still a great one? No, that's not possible anymore. Luckiest thing that's happened to you in the game? Probably my great one whitetail run right past me. People accuse me of hacking for so long for that. And I just was always, you know, if I was going to hack in a great one whitetail, first of all, why would I intentionally spook it? But then second of all, why would I do something that's like sus? You know? Like that. The fact that he ran from me and the fact that I was already recording because there was a diamond there. How many kills in? 2250, let's say. Have you got a diamond black grouse? Yeah, probably 3 or 4 of them. Killed a couple on Saul's Wheezing when it came out. I maybe had 2 from Rev and Thule prior to that. Gotta check this spot because there was one that got away. Wish the bloodhounds looked as good as that. It's kind of what Willie looks like, our neighbor's dog. Normies. That's the one I wanted. He can live. Hey, Graham, how's it going? Hardest great one? Probably Fox. I'd say it's pretty, you know, Fox are a very different grind. I have 10 diamond black grouse from only shooting 2s. Nice. Did the rabbit do a flip? I missed that. Alright, let's get down here. I think we can, we'll be over by a couple minutes, but I think we can do a second or one more run after this, assuming we don't get a great one here. Leave that. Have you got a Melanistic bunny? I got quite a few, but they, like, Melanistics kind of overspawned for a while. I don't think I have any. I got a Leucistic one. I think that's the only, like, actual rare Euro rabbit I got. Nice, Graham. How's that going? What ammo do you grind when you want to get money? That's not really a... Oh, you can't see my money there. That's not really a thing I run into these days. I kind of got plenty, so... I guess if I were going to, it would be Crocs, but... I haven't hunted for money in this game in quite a while. Got a great one white-tailed typical rack yesterday. That's awesome, man. About as rare as it gets. Still not a great one, but a diamond and 2 trolls. That's getting somewhere, right? Little fellow over there. On the bright side, shooting those peninsula bucks at least got stuff kind of sorted back out up here. Is a bear grind fun? Yeah, now they drink in the daylight again, I'd say it is. Do you think they should add boats? I would like a raft or a canoe or something. I don't know how one would hunt with a canoe, but inflatable raft, let's say. Just a way, you know, if I could equip my inflatable raft and buzz across the water there instead of driving all the way around, that'd be quite nice. Grinding stacks cash, as long as you're not mule deer grinding, at least for me. That is the only grind I've ever done where I've lost money. Duck hunting out of a canoe? Yeah, or like moose hunting out of a canoe? That'd be sick. I think I'd enjoy that. Really open for horses? Some other vehicle would be neat. Horses could be cool. I don't know. Would they get used a lot? Maybe. If they made them useful, of course they would. So I guess it depends on how they were made. Paper grind to do? I really like the pheasant grind. Not a lot of people care for it, but I enjoy it. Thought about boats, etc. Would they have to make a collision box along all the shore for that? It depends on how the collision with the water works, because of course there's some level of collision for the bullets. But you can run through it. Like, as long as the water's deep enough, this works as the collision, you know what I mean? Like, you just run into the ground and that's that. But really shallow water, maybe you couldn't even get through it, and what's the point of floating? It makes it intense for sure, Graham, because, you know, you're just like, you have to get close. And kind of like, you know, watching a buck come in real life and he's just taking his sweet time. It gives you a long time to kind of get worked up about it. Should bring back your montages? Maybe one day, we'll see. I want to, if I can get the dang beaver and pintail, I want to do a montage of every diamond in the game, which would be 100 and who knows what. 20, 130 diamonds, maybe more. It'd be a long montage. And it might be less a montage and more like a collage. You know, maybe not with like music where the shots all hit on certain beats and stuff, because I think reactions and stuff are kind of important for that. We'll see. What boat do you use in real life? A Darton Veracity 35. Still not much going on up here. It's amazing, like at a point today we had maybe more fallow here than we've ever had. And then they kind of disappear. Monthly montage. The biggest thing was, like, they reached a point where they just didn't get a lot of views. And I don't do stuff because it gets a lot of views. Like, I still play the Hunter Classic, you know what I mean? But to me, that just said, like, you know, you're probably better off doing another Call of the Wild video as opposed to the montages, and I think people would like it better. So that was why. Have you botched a great one? Knock on wood? No. I was close. I really came close to botching my moose. I almost shot in front of the lungs. I may have cried on stream that day if I botched it. Fortunately, that did not happen. Oh, if anybody knows how to edit the commands, because I surely do not. I guess I could do it on Nightbot. I have a 3-pin Trophy Ridge sight now, and it is Carbon Express Maxima Hunter arrows. That starts to get an awfully long name there. They were so sick though. I liked making them, but they did take a lot of work. And again, you know, if overall more people like a non-montage video, then that's probably the direction I would go. You had a couple close calls. So the moose for sure. What else was close? My mule deer could have been bad, because he got too close. Have you ever used the 3-pin in game? I don't know what the pins are with zeroing. There is no, I mean, I guess you could figure it out, but the middle pin is your zero range for both the 3-pin and the 5-pin. The other pins are just weird, you know, no rhyme or reason things. When did you start this grind? Technically, like, middle of March. Gonna be a little late wrapping this one up, but we're gonna do one more run. What kind of bow? Darton Veracity 35. The old Freedom Flinger. Technically the new Freedom Flinger. The old Freedom Flinger was that Obsession Evolution 7 that I have. I should do something with those bows, but I like them. I have a hard time getting rid of them. My dream bow? I don't know that I have one. One that hits where I'm aiming, and pretty much every bow I've ever had does that, so. Not a fan of the single pin that comes on it, but I think the rangefinder's too easy. I like the single pin, but maybe that's because, you know, I'm trying to get close anyway. Like, I'm not trying to shoot 50 yards or whatever. Or mitrays. Later, Matt. Alright, let's shoot that one and that one, I guess. Ah, it's gonna be a floater. I should have even... Whoop. Uh-oh. Die, you. He did, just not fast. How long is a video? How long does it take to make? Overall, right about 5 hours. Normally, it's like 3 hours of recording. Some take less, some take more. Like, I spent 4.5 hours recording Classic just today. So, till I'm done editing that, and I gotta go back and record a little bit more later, that's gonna be a 7-hour video or so. But yeah, normally it's like 3 hours to record, hour-ish to edit, and hour-ish to make a thumbnail. Something like that. Floaters stink? I know, right? How many great ones? I have 12 at the moment. Ever used a hinge release? I've, you know, never spent any serious time with them. Like, my brother has one. I've shot it a few times. I like my wrist release, whatever they call it, index finger release. It's a Cobra something. It's old. I bought it with my bow used in 2011? Is that right? Yeah. So it's at least 15 years old. Probably more. Yeah, Kyla, go ahead. Anyway, it's at least 15 years old, probably more. And I like it. It just works well for me. So the wrist strap is really coming apart on this thing. And to the point that, like, I need a new one. So I checked it out on eBay, and I found the exact same release I have with a very intact wrist strap. So I bought it, popped the old release out of that wrist strap, and put mine in it. Because the trigger tension's a little different, probably because I've just used mine way more. Now I can use the same release I've been using with a proper wrist strap. Okay, just one. Looking like it. All this bow talk, I'm skipping rifle season, just hunting archery all year. I like it. Bow hunting's so much fun, man. There's so many little technical things, like you can really, you know, get into the weeds with that stuff, but it's, if you just take it slow, like, you know, try not to get overwhelmed by all of it, a lot of cool little things you can learn. Where do you get the rangefinder bow sights? The high-tech archery, or yeah, high-tech archery pack. High-tech equipment pack? What is the other word? High-tech whatever. Hey, winners, what's up? First year bow hunting, I've been shooting all summer in the yard. Nice. What bow you got? What's up, Air Taylor? Thoughts on crossbow? I personally don't use one. I really enjoy like the aspect of compound bow hunting, but I got no problem with them. Kyla has one. My dad shoots one because he can't even draw a compound anymore. If it gets people out in the woods like that don't have the time to practice with a compound or can't draw one or whatever, good. Like, there is nothing more magical than being out like on a November morning, a little crisp, like 31 degrees. Leaves are crunchy, so you hear every deer moving around, you have bucks chasing. I don't care what you're hunting with, crossbow, compound, a rifle if that time of year is rifle season in your state, get out there. High-tech hunting pack, that's it. Hey, thanks, winners. It's a Diamond Edge XT. I think you might have told me Diamond Edge, actually. Walked into Bass Pro and picked the coolest one for a decent price. You like it? I always say, like, the best bow for any individual isn't necessarily the highest priced one or anything. It's the one that fits them the best, or the one that they have access to. Who knows, Caden? Respawns be weird. Do you hunt in real life? I do. I film my hunts as well. This is going to be my 7th or 8th year doing it. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. 7th year. Which it felt like I was doing YouTube for a long time before I even started self-filming my hunts, but I guess I wasn't. Like, only three or 4 years. I do like how it shoots. The sight sits a little high, but other than that, I do like it, and I can't wait to get one with it. I don't know how much messing around you want to do, but most sights you can adjust the pins within the sight housing. So you could drop the whole sight down and raise the pins back up to counteract that. I don't know if that actually helps. It depends on what you mean by the sight sits high, but that might solve the issue you have. Or if it's shooting good, don't mess with it. Best great one to start your first grind on? Tell you what, mule deer on a ski ridge looks like a pretty, you know, cut and dry, chill grind to do. My biggest buck is 180 and 6/8. It was that one there. That was December 9th, 2021. So it's going to be 4 years here in a couple months since I shot that. That feels like 10 minutes ago. Nothing special. All right. Last chance of the day. Even if you don't shoot anything with a bow, I enjoy the practice aspect and the setting for archery season. Yet, like you're saying, the setting and all that is great to be out. Buck on hotkey, technically I have to click it, it's not a hotkey, but yeah. Anyway, it's a great time of year to be out, great to enjoy the outdoors and all that. And, you know, the discipline aspect of archery, like, you really gotta practice a lot, and you really gotta learn to be disciplined with your form and all that. There's a lot of benefits to that, too. What the heck was that move? Alright, well that could have gone better, but they're all dead. How many hours in game? We are at 8,492, almost 8,500. How much longer? Whatever we kill here is going to be it. Who's your favorite Call of the Wild YouTuber? Her name's not Killa Kai 12 anymore. Mrs. Flinter. Should make a video of you deer hunting? I do. I film all my hunts. I've been filming them since 2019. That big buck I just showed you is on film. I think I've killed 5 bucks on film now. The buck I shot last year wasn't in frame when I shot him, unfortunately, but that's kind of self-filming. Do I want to track that? I didn't even hit that one good. I do not want to track that. That's my answer. All right. Let's claim and see what happens. Favorite rifle in the game? I love the 44 lever action. It's stupid powerful and just all around cool. Plan on filming my hunts. I think it'd be a great way to relive it. Gonna be trial by fire for you for sure. You know, getting into archery and self-filming to begin with. You can learn so much though. Like you watch a video back of a deer you spooked or a deer that you shot, a deer that you almost shot. You know, why didn't you get a shot? And sometimes you watch it and it's like, oh, I didn't realize, dang, there was a doe that slipped through there. He went and followed her. Never saw her. Like stuff like that. It can really, things you'd wonder for the rest of your life. Like, man, why did that happen? You watch the video back, oh, that's why that happened. 2 years ago, I killed a 201 squirrel whitetail. That's awesome, man. Anything since the 3-5 lake? I don't know if we've had anything since then. That's about the last interesting kills. May have been another one here or there that I just can't remember. Any advice for a new buck hunter? I like hunting turkeys, but I want to get into it. Best advice I can possibly give you is get out there. If you're interested in it, go. You know, if you know somebody that does it, they can give you, you know, they kind of point you in the right direction. Like, hey, I hunt this piece of public. Maybe you're more than welcome to, or you can hunt on my private, whatever. You know, if you know somebody, that's great. If not, get out there and make the mistakes. Bottom Boy and I were just talking about this yesterday. I think a lot of people maybe skip some of that early mistake making phase by, and not that this is bad, but, you know, watching The Hunting Public on YouTube or Midwest Whitetail or whoever. Like, you learn a lot of stuff of, like, you know, how to hunt the wind and how to, you know, hunt the right conditions and stuff. But truly, like, maybe more so than anything in hunting, experience is the best teacher. Like, just get out there, be perfectly willing to make mistakes. Like, if you spook a deer, don't get too hard on yourself. Just remind yourself, I'm out here to learn. Like, I remember being 14 or something, and there was this kind of smallish buck that came out, and my dad was like lining me up to shoot at it. I'm trying to think, do I want to shoot it? Do I not? And I remember literally thinking, like, I'm a kid. Like, I'll go for it, and you know, I got more years to kill a big one down the road. I missed him for what it's worth, but that was my mindset. Like, learn something. How much longer are you streaming for? We gotta claim these couple, and that will be it. Ever gone turkey hunting? Yeah. Shot my first longbeard this year, actually. I killed a couple jakes. The craziest story, if you want to go and check that video out, that video's on the channel. I had a bobcat, I think spooked my bird to me, and then also he jumped on it when I shot it. That part isn't on film. The bobcat on the turkey, but the bobcat is on film. Every great one that's within Call of the Wild is a 10 fabled? Yes. That would be correct. Alright, so let's grab all these. And that is gonna wrap this one up. So apparently I fallowed how to see, fallowed to see that we wouldn't get a great one, and yet we didn't get a great one. I thought for a minute there it might happen. We were killing those monster 5s and stuff. We'll be back at it Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern over on Twitch. And for the rest of the week, doing what we normally do, diamond chasing, all that kind of stuff. So we'll grab this one as well. Little 160. And on that note, that will officially do it. Glad I can make the last bit. Always love a Flinter stream. Appreciate you, man. Good luck shooting your bow and everything. I think I might get out there and fling a couple of arrows tonight. Should do that. Anyway, thank you guys for watching. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for all the support today, as always. And I will see you in tomorrow's video, which, as many of you have asked, it is the Summer Fiesta Classic Mission video.